felt
No.
like the season was a
Because
failure.
it was unexpected.
Yeah, the Lions NFC title game appearance was unexpected. But then you graduate. Expectations
right.
change. I think the life of a contender can be very tough.
Yeah.
Because no longer is the newness and the novelty of winning there. Like the Lions don't get to fall back on, well, if you're a fan, you got to be happy with this because they've been losers forever. No, now that they're actually capable of winning a Super Bowl, we think that is the only thing that will satisfy you.
Right.
And that's normal and healthy. That's progression.
Right. Like this season for the Lions was a failure. Last season, even though they, in the playoff game, that season to me was not a failure.
You don't think so? I thought it was. I think last year's a failure too.
Okay.
Too harsh of a word. I know.
Yeah, it's a semantic thing. I'm sorry. You go 15-2.
But then you fall flat on your face.
So the playoff game was a failure.
But the season is judged by they came out. They were on the cover of Sports Illustrated.
This is my point. You either, if you're a good team, you either win the championship game or you should not even participate.
Stoney, the team came out and said the Super Bowl is the only thing that matters. They're on the cover of Sports Illustrated, hanging out in the classic car. And they don't win a single playoff game, and I'm supposed to go, hey, but they beat the Titans and the Jags and the Colts?
You're not supposed to celebrate that, but you look at from the whole is, all right, we were 15-2. We had a really good season. The ending sucked. Nobody's taken away how you feel or what happened on that field.
I just think we grade on a curve. Like the Wings, if they make the playoffs, I'm not going to sit there and go, but they didn't advance 2 rounds in. This is a disaster. Like the Pistons last year, they didn't advance, but I don't think people felt like, well, because they didn't win the title.
Right. Look, the expectations do change. I completely agree with that. Look, so there are people that believe if Michigan doesn't win at all, their season's a failure in basketball. I don't know. I wouldn't say it's a failure.
What would you? Look, this is impromptu. What would you set the bar at for the Final Four?
The way the NCAA tournament is such a crapshoot to a certain extent. If they don't make the Elite Eight, I would say, yeah, that's a failure. Meaning the Final Four would be a major disappointment, but I don't think it would be a complete and utter failure.
Stoney, tell you what, coming back, I will present something to you, and we'll see if it changes your mindset. Because it honestly changed my mindset, how I view questions like this.
Okay.
I got a call we're going to get to. We'll get to Greg paying off the tees. We got a Pistons mock trade. We'll get to Heather's news, and then Stoney blind ranking. It's 97.1. Life gets busy and it's easy to put things off, like going to the dentist. Michigan winters, cold air, hot drinks, tougher bites. If something's flaring up, go see Brightside Dental. They can take a look right away. Often same-day appointments with 9 offices to choose from. Going to the dentist doesn't have to be a pain. 1-800-PAINLESS. Visit BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Text pouring in. They beat a cup contender at their place. Shut them out for the first time in the season. Definition of a signature win.
Good win. Real good win. We'll see if it's a signature.
Well, no, I think it's a signature win.
Well, not if they go in the dumper, it won't be. But yes, it's a big win. Big win.
We're not supposed to feel good about last night. A shutout on the road because they're missing Landeskog. He has as many points as Finney does this year. Give me a break, Chris in Canton. Stoney nailed it with the all or nothing being the success for a season. The crying gets old for sure.
Yeah, it's look, it's a semantic argument, obviously.
Greg, you had something on this?
Yeah, so Stoney, I understand not looking through the lens of it's a failure or not and just waiting for the shoe to drop that it is going to be failure. So let me present it to you this way. Let me give you a take it or leave it scenario. You seem to like these. Mm-hmm. You mentioned Elite Eight for Michigan. So if I said, I can give you Michigan making it to the Elite Eight and losing, or you play out the season. Do you take that deal or leave it and you let it play out?
I would Jansen it. I would let it play out.
Okay. So the goal for you is not the Elite Eight. Let's take it a step further. They get to the Final Four, they lose in the national semis. Do you take that or let it play out?
I'll answer for you.
Yeah, you let it play. Yeah, but
you know where he's going here.
I know. If we get to the championship game and lose, is the season a failure? No.
Would you take a loss in the championship game, or would you roll the whole season out? Let it play out. You do, because they're capable of winning it all.
I understand that, but it's the whole failure thing. It's only a semantical argument,
right?
Really.
But Stoney, looking at it that way helps me rephrase this in a way of what I think expectations and what I think abilities for the team are. And so, yeah, I don't cap this season, by the way. The only deal I would take would be Michigan wins the national title and Dusty May leaves for an NBA job, or some other blue blood program gives him a bag.
But it's not the same for every team, is what the point I was making, because you said, like, societally we do this in sports. I'm not saying the Wings have to win the Cup, or the Pistons have to win the NBA championship, or the Tigers have to win the World Series.
You're right. It doesn't happen every year.
But I don't look at it as they need to win the national championship or else.
Right.
It's just a way of looking at it.
I agree. They don't have to win it.
Michigan's a classic example of expectations change during the season.
Yes.
We're at a point right now, if they stay healthy, they're championship or bust.
Yep.
The season is a failure if they don't win the national championship because they've looked like a powerhouse at times this year. They're the number one team in KenPom, which is a great way to define who's best in college basketball. You know, yesterday I still said I think they're 1-1A with Arizona, but come on, man. Like versus the Red Wings right now, yeah, it's a failure if they miss the playoffs. It's not a failure if they don't win the Cup.
Right.
Shades of gray. Keith in Oak Park, you're on 97.1.
Hi, Stoney. It's Keith Starr. Hi, guys. How are you?
Good, Keith.
Hey, what I was wanting to call about, I want to get your opinion, too. I know this is going to sound kind of selfish, and I know the players for sure would not agree with me. I wish that Larkin and I wish that Sider and Raymond were not playing in the Olympics. And I hope that Brinkett doesn't get asked at the last minute to play in the Olympics because I would rather see the Wings make the playoffs than the U.S. win the gold medal in hockey. We haven't made the playoffs in 9 years. And I just wanted to get your guys' opinion.
That's an interesting conundrum, but I think I'd rather have the Wings make the playoffs than the U.S. win gold.
Yeah, I'm afraid they're going to get injured.
But you know what? But you can't do that, Keith, because every team has. Actually, the Red Wings have less players than many teams.
I think the Avs are sending the most. They said on the broadcast last night.
Yeah.
Look, if you can't get in, because you suffer an injury here.
You know what?
You're not that good.
You're not that deep.
Yeah. Pistons trade.
Yeah.
Bleacher Report put a list out of 10 trades that must happen, Stoney.
Okay.
And of course, the Pistons are a buyer. Mm-hmm. This was the trade that they put together. And I want to know, would you do this? Speak of deal or no deal, would you do this? The Pistons acquire Lauri Markkanen and Svi Mikhailuk.
Oh, bring back Svi.
Old friend alert.
Yeah.
The Pistons send Tobias Harris, Jaden Ivey, 3 first-round picks. Would you do the deal?
Yes. Because I believe, forgetting about Svi, although he's
a shooter.
I actually saw Utah play here this year, and he was unbelievable, especially in the first half.
Oh, you also have to throw in Karis LeVert if that changes anything.
No, it will not change. It will not change anything. Yes, I do it because I believe that would give them a better chance to win a championship, and
not just for this year, but for the future too.
Right, and the 3 first-round picks, unless something crazy happens, will be late first-round picks.
Yeah, this has 2027 first, and then the other 2 are top 5 protected.
Yeah, and they're not and they have to be every other year.
Alternating years, 29 and 31. Yeah. No, I think that's a no-brainer deal. If that's actually an option. Yeah. If Trajan's got access to making that deal, done and done.
Yeah. By the way, do you see this latest chatter that James Harden might be shipped in maybe Cleveland?
Really? I didn't see any of that.
Yeah, which to me, I'm glad the Pistons aren't in that conversation. I mean, first of all, he's not very good in the playoffs. He's a Hall of Fame player, but he's not very good in the playoffs. And he is probably, in all of sports, the most boring great player there is to watch as far as entertainment value, I think.
Okay.
He's very boring. Pound the ball, pound the ball, pound the
ISO.
ball, pound the ball. ISO, try to get a foul.
The foul bait, yeah. It's annoying.
Yes, exactly.
All right, we got a blind ranking coming up at 8:35. But first, Heather with the news.
This is a really cool story. There is a 90-year-old teacher at Detroit Country Day that has set a Guinness World Record for longest teaching career. And she says she has no plans to retire anytime soon.
Good for her.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. Beverly Hannett Price has spent more than 67 consecutive years teaching in the classroom, obviously inspiring and shaping young minds since she first began teaching in 1958. And this dedication has earned her the record for longest career as a female language teacher. Pretty darn sweet.
Awesome.
And they had this, the kids at school on Monday thought they were going to like this ordinary assembly. And then it turned out it was a big celebration for this teacher. They surprised her with the award. And when she received it, the teacher said she was floored. And like I said, she said she has no plans for retirement.
When's she on the Today Show or Good Morning America?
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Probably.
Sometime soon.
Yeah.
Yep. Dearborn is taking aerial tech to a whole new level for public safety. So the city has just launched its Drone as First Responder program, and officials say it's the first of its kind in Michigan. Well, I guess not the first of its kind, but the first, full use of its kind, because they do have this in Taylor as well. But anyway, these drones can deploy from anywhere in the city within 2.5 minutes to provide information during violent crimes, traffic crashes, missing persons, or property break-ins.
So what do they do, the videotape?
Yeah, so instead of waiting for police or firefighters to arrive, these drones can fly overhead, give real-time video, and give that to officers or dispatchers who can then obviously make sure they have eyes on the scene before officers get there. And then they can respond even more quickly when they do arrive. Dearborn's police chief says the program acts as a force multiplier, ensuring that they can cut down on response time, allocate resources appropriately, and provide robust service every time.
Good.
Which I get.
Yeah.
Why not? Sounds cool. Fifth Third Bank has now completed its acquisition of Comerica Bank and will start rebranding all of Comerica as Fifth Third in September. So what does that mean for Comerica Park? Well, of course, we do know that it is going to be renamed, but We now know renaming will happen once the 2026 baseball season is over. And we don't know what the park will be renamed as yet.
I hope it's not Fifth Third Bank
Park
Field
or Field. I mean,
Park.
because there is one in Toledo, right? Isn't
Toledo
that-
and didn't Grand Rapids have
I
one
don't,
too?
I don't know. Whatever. I'm obviously a lot of people hate the corporate names for stadiums.
Yeah.
Sure.
But Comerica is one of the few that I like, not just because I'm used to it for 20 years. It's America, Comerica. It just sounds
You like the
nice.
name.
Yeah.
The way it sounds.
Right. It's not like Chase Field.
It's not overly corporate jargoned.
Right. And
Yeah.
I'm a Chase customer. I just don't, Comerica sounds nice.
We'll see. Maybe it will be something just
Or
as
how about this?
nice.
I'm sure it'll never happen. How about no name? How about just call it Tiger Stadium?
I think they tried that at one time, Stoney.
No.
Yeah.
No name park.
Bring it back.
Just the park. Yep. We've been talking a lot about the abduction of Savannah Guthrie's mom, Nancy. Well, now authorities are saying that blood was found in her home along with signs of forced entry. So they are leaning towards the fact that she was most likely kidnapped or abducted. They're still looking for information. Police are offering a reward, $2,500 for images, videos, any information that can lead to an arrest. Like I've said before, she left everything behind, even life-saving medication that it sounds like she needs to take every 24 hours or her life could.
Be in jeopardy? Yeah.
Yeah. So hopefully they find her. This is shocking. I mean, we're hearing
It's
about it
crazy.
because it is Savannah Guthrie's mother, right?
Right.
So it's making a lot of headlines.
It's
but
just
it's
such a bizarre story. Who's kidnapping a grandmother?
An 84-year-old woman.
Now, while I'm on this
Yes.
semantical rant, I think doesn't kidnapping have to be? When I think of kidnapping,
It has
I
to be a
think of
child.
children. Yes, I mean,
So granny napping?
or the
The
abduction.
abduction.
Yeah,
But I've seen both words
I
in these
know.
articles. I do see kidnapping.
I
and
just have this, preconceived notion.
You can't kidnap an adult.
Right, but there's no right or wrong. It's
No,
just
now that you say it, it makes sense. You can't kidnap an adult
right.
adult napping.
or abducting.
I like the nap. I like the nap.
I was going to say.
Okay, hold on. So should the head coach of the Milwaukee Bucks, or no, I'm sorry, the Dallas Mavericks be Jason Adult?
Yes,
Yes,
absolutely.
You can't be Jason Kidd as an adult.
That's right.
Grow up. It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Stoney blind ranking. We're having some fun with these. And then we'll get into Michigan and Michigan State. Oh, I love the tension between Izzo and Dusty May. They're trading barbs in the media yesterday. And Stoney had a great question. Which of these two programs would you rather run? Like, how do you want to emulate the program, right? Mm-hmm. We'll get into that, too, at the end of the hour. It's 97.1.
Hey, if hair loss has been on your mind, Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration is the doctor you need to go see. He was just named the top hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest, and that award reflects what his patients and his own family already know. Dr. B has had the procedure himself. He's restored his son's hair and his nephew's too. And when it comes to trust, it doesn't get more personal than that. Dr. B is a board-certified surgeon and the only physician in Detroit offering both SmartGraft and NeoGraft, all performed by his full-time in-house medical team. There's no traveling techs, no shortcuts, just real natural hair you can run your fingers through. And if you've been waiting for the right time, this is it. Don't put it off another year. Make 2026 the year you look like yourself again. Schedule your free consultation today, and when you mention 97.1, you'll receive $1,000 off your procedure. Dr. B treats every patient like family. Visit MichiganHairRestoration.com.
Yeah, this was Tom Izzo to Dusty May. Call me, maybe. We're going to play the audio.
Blind ranking of the top 10 Dusties.
You're going to say top 10 Carly Rae Jepsen songs. This is the only one anybody's ever heard of.
This is it.
We're going to play the audio of Izzo and Dusty and the barbs in the media. And I love that these guys don't like each other. I think they hate each other, which is good. The other question we have, Stoney, was...
Yes. Look, these two teams right now, currently, their rosters have been built in completely different ways, in opposite ways. Michigan State, for the most part, recruiting. Now, they have some portal guys as well. They haven't panned out, and they haven't been as high profile. I mean, Divine.
Go ahead, try this one.
I did it the other day. I did it right, too. Nugawoku, right? No, there's a CH in there.
Ugachukwu?
Yeah. Anyway, he's from Miami.
Yeah.
Okay. Caleb Glenn, who they had big hopes for, he was from Florida. He hasn't played. He got hurt in preseason.
Unfortunately.
He was from, funny enough, Florida Atlantic.
Yep.
They had another guy, Kurt Tang, who's from Samford, and there was somebody else. Anyway, they've gone into the portal, but not for high-profile guys yet.
Yeah. It's a clash of styles.
Right. It's recruiting. It's recruiting and develop, like we do here with pro teams, draft and develop, versus what Michigan did, which was going to the portal. Every player that they have on this roster that plays significant minutes, I believe, except for Trey McKenna, who's recruited out of Orchard Lake St. Mary's, and Will Cheddar. Everybody else, even, Burnett was on the team last year, but he was a transfer from Alabama.
Yeah, and they also have the guy from
Portal.
OSU.
Yeah, Roddy Gale.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that basically it's, do you want your team to be portal developed or the old-fashioned way? New school versus old school.
How would you like your program to be run? In the Dusty May way or in the Tom Izzo way?
And you can't say, well, whatever way wins that particular. No, that doesn't work.
Or, well, I'm a fan of Michigan, so it's Dusty, or I'm a fan of MSU, so it's the Izzo way.
Right.
How do you wish your program was run? Is it the way Dusty's doing it or the way that Tom does it? 248-539-9797.
Now, the way, like we mentioned earlier in the program, the Dusty May way, there's been some rumors that hasn't all been above board. Like I just said, rumors. Izzo, you never hear anything that is not above board.
Clean as a whistle.
Yes, absolutely. And that's the way it should be. And look, and it's not a Michigan State thing because John Beilein was as pure as the driven snow as well.
Right.
And that's probably why Izzo loved them so much. That's one of the reasons.
Yeah. Look, there's nothing wrong with that era. I think they both brought out high-level basketball and played really good games. But I like when there's animosity.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I like that I can tell Tom Izzo gave a brief handshake because he doesn't like Dusty May, and he doesn't like the way that he does business, and he doesn't like that he's Michigan's head coach. It's all well and good to say I respect these guys when you beat them.
Correct.
It's a little more fun to me when they're big enough and bad enough to stick it right back to you. And let's get to what Dusty said yesterday. He was asked about some of the plays of Jeremy Fears and he tried to trip some guys, dirty plays. So Dusty's press conference was earlier in the day.
Correct.
Tom Izzo had a chance to respond to it.
Hey, Tom, I see you're on my caller ID. How are you? No, I don't think
Tom, I
it's
think
gonna
your
work that
point
way.
guard's a dirty scumbag.
Yeah. look. As my love for Tom Izzo is endless, basically.
Well documented.
Yes, but Dusty May's right. Fears did do some dirty things, and
Izzo even alluded to that.
And yes, he did. He said he talked to him. Now, if you're going to go, I'm not going to go and watch the whole game and relitigate, but there are some things that Michigan did too. I would say, in my memory, is if you're going to sit there and rank questionable plays, Michigan State probably did a little more, but whatever. It's not that big of a deal. The bigger deal to me is how do you want your program to be built?
How would you want it to be built? Pick one of the philosophies.
If I'm picking one, I mean, who knows how good either is going to be? That the result is, if I'm starting a program from scratch, let's say, I want it to be I want to be old school. I want to be able to have guys that when they step on the floor in their sophomore and junior years, I saw them play as freshmen or sophomores, as opposed to the portal. It's not an anti-Michigan thing. No. It's not an anti-portal thing. As a fan, I'd rather see guys that I watched more than, a cup of coffee.
Right, but the reason, okay, if guys are there their third and fourth year, they're not very good. The best players leave. They go pro. I want the best players. That gives you the best chance to win. What Dusty's doing is fielding the best team. It's why his team went into the Breslin and won. I would want my team run the way Dusty runs his team.
I understand that, but you're just looking at the results. I'm just looking at the.
Well, as a fan, I want the best results.
No, I know, but the whole concept for all of basketball or football,
Stoney,
would you rather do it the old-fashioned way or do it the new way?
I would trade in some warm and fuzzies to win more. And I think that's the compromise that you make in the transfer portal era. And for everybody that slams Michigan, but everybody that slams Michigan, because it's big bad Michigan. When Indiana does it, it's cute, it's lovable, and it's fun. You got to use the portal, and that is the philosophy, a more open embrace of
Michigan
the portal.
State used it in football, and Mel Tucker went 11-2 because of Kenneth Walker and some other portal guys, which is fine.
Yeah. We got John Morosi joining us to start the next hour. Stoney in for John. We'll also have some more fun in the 9 o'clock hour. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. Tension in the Michigan State rivalry just turned up a notch with choice words from both head coaches yesterday. Michigan defeated Michigan State 83-71 in East Lansing on Saturday, and the game was relatively tame as far as recent rivalry meetings are concerned. There was some usual chippiness and words exchanged, but no distinct incident that garnered much attention post-game. However, the conversation changed drastically yesterday. It all started in Ann Arbor when Dusty May said this about MSU point guard Jeremy Fears. When asked further about the referenced dirty plays, May interrupted a reporter and said, quote, "The film's there, 40 minutes of it, it's not hard to find," unquote. Tom Izzo was asked about May's comments just a few hours later in East Lansing and said this.
I thought there were a couple plays the other way, too, like jumping into a guy and getting a foul when it was a complete joke. This is what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be. And you know what? Michigan's over. I'm moving on to Minnesota. No insult to you. I don't care what Dusty says. I don't care what they say. I don't care. There were some things Jeremy did I addressed on it. But him and their point guard were going at it pretty good. That's what happens in games like this. So if anybody did anything dirty, tell them to call me. And I would be more than happy to address it. If it was physical play, that's the way that game's always going.
We've also got Piston basketball tonight at 7 o'clock here on 97.1.
We'll get to John Morosi at 9:35. Some insight on the deadline ahead for the Red Wings after a big win last night. Some thoughts on the Tigers offseason and what's going on with this TV deal.
I know.
Some good insight, 9:35. Stoney in for John. We're talking about which program you would rather emulate.
Correct.
The Dusty way or the Izzo way.
Right.
Heavy transfer portal or more old school recruit and develop.
It's old school, new school. I'm an old guy, so I like old school.
And I'm the new school guy. I'll go with the new school.
Now, Brendan's even younger than you and is a big Michigan State fan. You were there on Friday night, and you commented to us. You thought Dusty May sounded like a a bitch, is basically. Let me ask you,
More or less.
and I'm a Tom Izzo guy. I love Tom Izzo. If Dusty May sounded like a bitch, what did Izzo sound Friday night bitching about the officiating?
Ooh.
Seriously. I mean, that's such a bad look for my guy.
I guess, I mean, the thing about Tom Izzo, though, and this was brought up in a conversation down the hall earlier, is that what Dusty May did yesterday that you will never see Tom Izzo do is go out of his way to disparage the opponent. And with what Izzo said post-game Friday, with what Izzo said yesterday, all he said beyond his comments about the specifics of the dirty plays and whatnot and the officiating was that Michigan was the better team, and we got beat by the better team, and I didn't coach well enough, and we didn't play well enough, and that's how Tom Izzo always is. I take issue with Dusty May going out of his way and interrupting the reporter and being smug about it and saying there's 40 minutes and, it appeared he tripped him. I just think that's I think it's posturing. I think it's poor sportsmanship. I think he's just acting. I think he's showing off for the cameras because you can see what's funny is if you watch the way that interaction went in the press conference yesterday, is the reporter apologizes and then oh no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be mean to you, but
Right.
when he was coming off all tough and said he appeared to, so that's where I take issue with it. And
Yeah, but it's Michigan standing up for themselves here, right?
I guess I don't think so because as someone who was there at that game, and like you brought it up, either it was just moments ago or earlier today, this has been a topic all day, obviously. How do you want the rivalry to be? Do you want it to be the Beeline and Izzo or like now? I like the way it is now, obviously. I like the chippiness. I like the back and forth.
Right.
And so as someone who went to the game and is a Michigan State fan and has hated Michigan for years now, I'm kind of keeping an eye out for like the chippiness and who's talking and whatnot. And there, I never saw it from either side. The one that I took note of that no one really seems to be talking about, I did see it on social media later today. There's a play in the first half. I forget if it was LJ Kaysen or Merez Johnson Jr. or somebody, but I think Fears goes to set a screen and they kind of lower a shoulder into him and Fears gets bumped. That's the one that stood out. But none of the trips, the fouls, they were called for flagrants, the hook, none of it stood out to me.
Well, the hook and hold I didn't like, but I've seen some of these clips where Fierce puts out his feet. I mean, he's obviously.
Here's the thing, though. People, I don't want to be like, big athlete, whatever, but like people who play basketball, that's how that pass goes. You have to step towards the corner and make that pass. And I'm not saying it's textbook what Fears did or that he didn't try to do it, but I think it's pretty borderline for that play to be the one that you're kind of using to incite this whole conversation yesterday.
You'd have to acknowledge, because even Izzo acknowledged, there were things that he had to address with his point guard. He does bait fouls.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but baiting fouls versus being a dirty player and trying to trip people are two different things. And also, like, I'm no Jalen Brunson fan and hated when he did that to the Pistons, but at the same time, if you get to the line and score 30, you score 30. I mean, Yaxel Lindeborg has 26, 13 are at the free throw line, 8 are in the last 90 seconds in garbage time.
Well, look, Fears. The Rutgers game, most of those were foul shots
At the end,
And
they're aggressive going to the hole.
They're all in the second half and overtime. If you score, you score. So,
right, I know.
So, but that's different. That's a totally
That's
separate thing than being a dirty player and trying to trip
You're
people.
completely putting aside Izzo bitching about the officiating Friday night.
Izzo's always bitched about the officiating, though. That's
But
always
not-
the way
not-
it's been.
not in the press conferences.
He's not complaining about it as far as the dirty plays go. He's complaining about it for the hook and hold and the Will Cheddar jumping into the three and getting the technical.
He said it changed the game.
It did.
No,
they
it
had a
didn't.
5-point swing on the hook and hold.
It's in the first
They got a
half. It's a
3-point
game
swing.
of runs.
The Will
on.
Cheddar threes in the second half, though.
The game's tied after an MSU run. You got the home crowd activated and you still lose. The officials didn't do that to you.
No. That
Yeah,
was,
but
in the first half.
He was being salty and weak, making that comment, and then couching it with, I
disagree.
guess Michigan's better. I guess. You guess, Tom? I guess they tomahawked you through the hoop all night. You guess they were better. No, they were better. Come on now.
I completely, and you can ask Doug and Gator when they come in after this. I completely agree with Izzo because I was in here yesterday and said, listen, I know I'm not the biggest Michigan fan, but I've been saying it all year ever since it started when they almost lost to Wake Forest and they almost lost to TCU and I've not been that impressed with Michigan, and even being there in person yesterday or on Friday. I said it on Friday. I said it yesterday in this studio. I said even being there, Michigan State lost that game. I really was not that impressed by Michigan. I don't know that they did anything that really stood out to me.
Well, I don't think there's a great team in college basketball right now.
Arizona doesn't have a loss.
I know. So if Michigan would have beaten Wisconsin, they'd be undefeated. So I mean,
I'm just saying, like I don't.
They're not
I don't
great.
like this whole just the idea that Izzo's complaining after the game because they got punked. Like I don't think they did. His team sucked. The officials made a couple bad calls, and that's what it was.
It couldn't be that Michigan was better.
Is that not that? I do think Michigan played better that day and was better that day. But that's Michigan
you don't
State's
think
worst
they're
game
better
this year.
overall than Michigan State?
I really don't.
They're number one in Ken Palm, Brendan.
I understand it.
Both the officiating blame and this take right now, you're starting to come across as somebody that's going to defend Michigan State no matter what.
I mean, I usually am when it comes to the Michigan conversation. I'm not gonna
admits it.
When it comes to the Michigan conversation, because that's what Michigan people do. It's the exact same thing.
but it shouldn't
I
be
don't defend
about.
Michigan all the time.
It shouldn't be about what they do. I mean, I'm not. Look, forgetting
I'm
my
trying
bizarre
to be
takes.
equitable here.
Yeah, I
as
know.
far as how we talk about these two schools in the media.
Would you rather, by the way, since the other question we have, would you rather your program be built old school or new school?
Okay, I just have one point about this because I'm a big college basketball guy, and I just take issue, Jim, with one thing you said right before the break.
Yeah.
I'm the old school type because I think that's how it should be. But also the idea that, first of all, football and basketball are two totally different sports. It doesn't quite work. It's not apples to apples comparing how you use the portal. Second of all, in college basketball, if you look at the teams that have been successful in recent years in this portal era, it's the guys that rely on veterans. UConn keeps their guys. Danny Hurley, I've got a soundbite ready about him praising Izzo and how he runs his program the same way. Purdue going to the Final Four 2 years in a row. Florida had a couple transfers
Yes, they
last
did.
year.
Walter Clayton.
Look at Kelvin Sampson. Houston's been to the Final Four a number
Yes.
of times. So
Yes.
you look at the top teams in college basketball, they rely on the guys that have been there for 2 and 3 years. And that's part of the reason.
I agree.
That's part of the reason I think Michigan State is better than Michigan this year because no one on that Michigan roster has played in a big game in their life.
Other than
the
top 10
regular
showdown
season
at the
games.
Breslin Center
Other
on
than the
Friday
regular
night.
season
Other
games.
than, I can't believe you're making me stick up for Michigan basketball. Other than Elliot Cadeau playing against Duke, I mean, I guess that's not
North Carolina was bad when he was there.
Who cares?
Illinois
It's
was
still
bad
a-
with
it's
Perez
still a
Johnson
big
this
game.
year. UCLA was
It's
terrible.
still the big-
UAB's in the American Conference.
It's-
There's their 4 big transfers.
It's still it's still the best rivalry in college basketball,
maybe,
whether they suck or not.
Maybe saying a big game was incorrect. I'm referring
yes.
to postseason basketball
Okay.
where your season's on the line.
I was
Big
just
Ten
going to say,
tournament,
too,
NCAA tournament.
because Gonzaga's a top 10 team.
Yes.
This Michigan team played them.
Yeah, beat them by 40, right?
And, yeah, but it wasn't because it was a blowout. They weren't tested.
Yeah.
They would only count if it was a 5-point game in the final minute.
Now, look, it would be more impressive if it was in, March as opposed to November. I get that.
And Michigan's going to have a big
At
game at
Duke.
the end of the month when they play Duke. Yeah.
Yes.
But, I mean, look, they've beaten good teams. They've played a tougher schedule than most.
Correct.
They played a tougher schedule than Arizona, who's undefeated.
Yes.
How do you want your program run? 248-539-9797. Respect the passion. It's good
Of
stuff.
course, I'm going to stick up for my school. You know it. I appreciate it.
Let's get to Herb. You're on 97.1.
What's good, fellas?
What's up, buddy?
Listen, real quick. Some of the people with Michigan State, it's like, how dare Dusty May come, the new kid on the block, and question the patriarch of the Big Ten? How dare he stand up to him? But I would rather build my program like Dusty May because of the climate, because of how the NIL and how the transfer portal. It's really hard to just sustain a program and have guys there for 2 or 3 years because guys are leaving so easy. Offer me more money, or you don't play me as much as I think I should be playing, then I'm gone. So it's hard to build that longevity in a program because of that. So I would rather do it Dusty May's way.
Is it harder to, I don't know, like your team because you don't know them that way as opposed to guys who are there for 3-4 years who keep getting better and better?
Well, most people are going to like their team when they're winning. So I don't care who playing. If y'all winning, I'm going to like you.
It's a good point.
Yeah.
I think.
Right.
I think too. So like a guy like Izzo who's trying to do it the old school way, and some people say the right way,
Yes.
right? He gets Jace Richardson. He leaves after a year. There's no developing that guy. He's got NBA potential, so he's gone. So the cream of the crop, the very best players aren't going to be there for the 3rd and 4th year. And then even the guys who you give your heart and soul to, captains, leaders. Trey Holloman says, yeah, but I can go get more money over here.
Yes.
So even trying to do it in the pure way.
I understand that.
You're not rewarded and you're punished in a lot of ways. Dusty goes, who are the best players that can play for my team this year?
That's
I mean,
what
that's
he
all
does.
that matters because it's year to year now. Even when you're trying to do it the right way because Jace Richardson leaves and because Trey Holloman goes somewhere else.
I know.
I think the point he made about the patriarch of the Big Ten and coming into his backyard, I think there's a lot of underlying things between Izzo and May on this. And I do think May's standing up a little bit. May was responding to Izzo's questions or his comments in his postgame on Friday night. I do think May has not only is it doing it the way Izzo absolutely despises. You know this burns him to his soul.
Oh, yes.
The guy that's doing it is your main rival in your backyard. And I just think that's throwing gas on this thing.
Did anybody take I'm done with Michigan more than just we're moving on to Minnesota?
Yes.
Because I took it on as the gloves are off and we are, like I said earlier, this is PG-13 now.
Good.
And we upped the guidance rating here.
I love that though.
It's fun. It's fun to watch.
Let's get under each other's skin a little bit. Let's truly embrace this rivalry.
I think people thought this was starting to happen with Mel Tucker and Kenneth Walker that first year. And then a lot of bad things happened, that somebody was coming in here doing it the new way, but it didn't capitalize.
Well, that's the thing. You have to, if you're going to challenge an established brand. Michigan's the established brand in football, so MSU used the portal to catch up. MSU's the established brand in hoops, so what's Michigan doing? They use the portal to catch up.
Well, Juwan and Izzo certainly didn't have much love for each other either.
Well, Michigan just started cheating in football. That's how they changed things.
Okay, there we go.
I hope Brennan heard that. Michigan fan saying something critical.
He got all riled up there.
Yeah,
that was good stuff.
He's getting some strays on.
Well, I think because unfortunately, you're right, Tom. He just went too far with the MSU. You're the better team. That was the takeaway from Friday night being in the building.
What bothered me
Michigan
about
State's the better team. That may be the takeaway if that's the degree on your wall. I don't know that that's the takeaway from people who watch that game objectively. Talking about how it's discussed in the media.
What bothered me about what Brendan said was he completely absolved Izzo of what he said at the press conference after the game.
Yeah, Dusty's the little bitch, but not Izzo complaining about the officiating.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
He had a lot of whataboutism in him.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we'll get some phone calls in the mix next, 97.1. Text pouring in. Dusty May comes across as a smug, pompous ass. I'm a Spartan, though. I'll at least admit that if he didn't play for us, I'd probably hate him.
He's one of those guys. Dusty's one of those guys, too.
Dusty is one of the biggest tool bags out there. If you have a problem with an opposing team or player, you don't attack them in the media. Who is this clown on Sparty Radio Updates? Such a homer. According to Brendan, State didn't lose. They just ran out of time. Whoever was speaking has drunk green goggles on.
He admits it, at least.
Yeah, he did towards the end there. He was all worked up, which is good. I like the passion of this. I like that Dusty's going at Izzo and being a little prickly and standing up for themselves, and that Izzo hates and loathes everything about him, and he's built his program this way. I love that that's happening for this rivalry right now.
As long as we have this gentleman's agreement, I don't like your team, I don't like Izzo, you don't like my team, you don't like May, we're good. We're not going to cheer for each other when we're not playing in one another. Like, we can get behind that, right?
Yeah, I think that's good. This text says it's hilarious the difference in the way you guys cover each show or each school. You guys are part of the problem in the media. Your show maybe mentioned the Michigan cheating scandal once for an entire 2 years.
Oh, please.
Come on now.
I haven't been here for 2 years.
Tony,
But every time I've been here, if you remember, not to play scoreboard, I got ostracized by saying that Jim Harbaugh should be fired if they got to level 1 stuff, and he wasn't.
And look, I called them out for being cheaters, and we covered every time there was
cheated,
news.
yes.
Yeah, I still say they cheated.
Yes.
But the text goes on and says, you guys salivated anything MSU does, and we'll talk about it every second you can. 2 to 6 is the only non-biased show on the station.
You know what? This guy should get that green wax out of his ears.
Did Brendan send that text in?
It's ridiculous. I remember the Dr. Anderson stuff.
Yep.
I wanted the name Schembechler removed. They should just call it the football building.
I said take the statue down.
Yes. People only hear what they want to hear.
I think even Rico would have agreed with what a lot of Brennan was saying up until the end. And then I think Rico probably sat there and was like, started rolling his eyes.
Yeah, I think where he lost the ground was when he said he still thinks MSU's the better team.
No, they're not.
It's okay if you want to play politics, and I like what my coach said, I don't like what their coach said, and spin it how you're going to spin it. But when you say the game we watched on your floor that you lost by double digits, where you got caved in to start and caved in to finish, that you're the better team, by what metric other than the degree on the wall?
I mean, double digits on the road and controlling, 26 minutes of the game roughly?
Yeah.
I mean... Come on. Plus, then you look at the Ken Palm. That's where he lost me.
Yeah, I know.
Like, number 1 in Ken Palm has a lot of validity in February.
Yeah, we've seen enough hoops now at this point. Guys, Coach May and Coach Signetti both turned around a program a couple years with the portal. My vote is the new school way, Mike in Rochester.
Okay.
We have some votes for the old school way, Stoney. It says, I love Izzo. It's nice to know players for years, see him develop. I like the old college way. And says, of course you want a school to be brought up from recruiting. That's how you create a culture. That's how you create heritage.
That's why the guys always come back for reunions and things like that. Even guys who left after 1 year, including guys like Zach Randolph, you mentioned Jace Richardson, and Jaren Jackson Jr. always comes back. They love Izzo.
The text does continue, says, but there's such an emphasis on winning now, especially with the newer coach like Dusty. He had to go to the portal, and his team looks good. That's Sean in Ann Arbor.
Well, you're right, because his roster sucked when he got there.
Well, he said that yesterday. He said, I'm sure there's a lot of people that would have loved for us to just recruit freshmen and lose.
No.
He said it sarcastically.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, we have a
yeah.
smarm alarm. Clearly, like, we're going to try to win. So trying to win is going to be using the portal.
Right.
Let's get to Nolan in Rochester. Nolan, good morning.
Morning, guys. Stoney, I'm going to be 100% honest. I think a lot of us would like it to be ran the old school way where you have students stay for several years and kind of develop with the program and stuff. But I'm going to say I'd want it the new way, ran the new way, just because I think that's where the game's evolving, where it's developing. And kind of building off Shabazz's point, the reason that you've seen these Purdue teams and state teams and stuff get so far is because that's where the game was. And even how different it's been even 2 years ago to where it is now is so different, even with G League players coming back and overseas players. And they might let Duncan Robinson come back to Michigan. Who knows? And I just think that's where the game's heading. So I'd like it ran that way to keep up with all the other teams. And then another thing I wanted to say, too, building off of what Shabazz said, I'm a Michigan fan, but I understand Michigan fans can be obnoxious or arrogant, all this stuff, and I try to separate myself from, I try to separate myself from that group and try to think realistically. And I love how, Michigan State's ran. I love Izzo, all that stuff. I think the rivalry is great. But there's times where I will defend Michigan, and I just think, looking at them this year with the amount of blowout wins they've had, and then going into Breslin with, the type of environment Breslin is, there's just no doubt that you can say Michigan is not a better team than Michigan State. And that's not to say, like, come March that could be different, but just where they are right now, I think Michigan's just a better team. And that's just how it is right now.
Look, whoever, can shoot from the outside a little better is going to be the better team down the stretch. I mean, look, Michigan right now is better, but for some reason, if Michigan State can develop somebody, whether it's the freshman Scott, to actually be a threat from 3-point range, then that's a whole different ballgame. And by the way, does Magic have any eligibility left?
I think Izzo's made that joke once or
Oh,
twice.
has he?
Yeah. Him and Miles Bridges
Or
and anybody
Cassius.
else. Cassius.
Yeah, because of the COVID year.
Yeah. He's rightfully owed one more chance.
Damn right.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, big changes are on the way as far as how Tigers baseball will be broadcast this season. So the team has officially ended its relationship with FanDuel Sports Network and its parent company, Main Street Sports Group. So according to reports, the Tigers are one of 9 teams that have terminated their contracts with FanDuel, which means Tigers games will no longer air on that channel beginning in 2026. So while exact details are still being finalized, the most likely next step is to move to MLB Media.
And it remains to be seen how exactly that would work. Like on base level, you'd probably be able to stream it and subscribe and pay the $20 you're already paying for FanDuel.
Right. I'm an Xfinity customer. Does that just take over where my FanDuel is?
Ideally, yeah. It costs you nothing else. It'd just be a different logo.
Right.
But it's unknown.
Exactly.
Yeah. Detroit is making some travel headlines once again. The global design magazine and website Wallpaper has named Detroit the City of the Year for 2026. Pretty cool. It basically talks about how it has made this transformation, this revitalization sweeping the Motor City. Talks about just how great Detroit is. And then Detroit was also named one of the best places to travel in the world last year by the New York Times and Travel and Leisure magazine.
Did you see that those influencers from England were over here? Josh and Jace, I believe their names.
Yeah, they were all over.
They were all over the state. They got a welcome on the scoreboard at Ford Field.
They're at a hockey game I saw.
Yes, they were everywhere. And my wife was watching this other show called the Lottery Winner or whatever.
Okay.
Housing, one of those housing
Sure.
shows. And they had somebody from here and they picked their house. They had the downsize of somebody from here.
Cool.
I remember when the draft was here, you had people internationally coming and taking on all the sites. So it's cool. Good to see.
If you haven't already done so yet, it's time to place your Super Bowl bets. So according to the American Gaming Associations, Americans will spend a record $1.76 billion on legal Super Bowl bets this year. So just imagine how much money other bets, we'll be making. The association says that no single event brings fans together like the Super Bowl, and this record figure shows just how much Americans enjoy sports betting as part of the experience. And of course, they add the importance of choosing legal, regulated sports books.
Hey, we're going to have some fun with it later in the week. Got a Propapalooza. We'll have the picks. Cash the Ticket's going to have a special out. Super Bowl pick season.
Yep. This is interesting. There's a 49-year-old man on TikTok. His name is Skip Boyce, and he just launched a project that he is calling the Isolation Year. And it's where he is literally going to stay in one room in his house without leaving for an entire year. He started on January 10th, so he's 3 weeks into this 365-day challenge, and he says the rules are simple. He does not leave the room. He is going to live stream 24/7. You can't bring in any outside entertainment or unplanned interaction. He says, I live, sleep, work out, read, write, and spend my time here. I know you're What? Why? He wanted to create a controlled environment to step away from the constant stimulation, reestablish discipline, and rebuild habits around health, focus, and accountability. So we can all watch this happen, which is even to me the craziest part. But we'll see how long he makes it. He does have kids. They're adults. He built this isolation room. He had owned his construction business. Yeah. His wife will bring him food, but it sounds like even she won't see him for a whole year.
It's an extreme way to, I guess, digital detox, but it's more than that.
He is working with a virtual trainer. He wants to get in shape.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
But everyone online is saying, like, hey, this level of isolation is not healthy. Like, you do need to interact with humans. But we'll see. Finally, this is interesting. If you're still planning Valentine's Day, you might want to consider dinner at McDonald's. So McDonald's is teaming up with Paramount Caviar to offer an unexpected and upscale rendition of its classic chicken nuggets for the most romantic weekend of the year. So McCaviar kits are dropping next week.
McCaviar?
Yes.
Wow.
Each kit is completely free. It includes a 1-ounce tin of caviar, a $25 gift card so you can go and buy chicken nuggets, and then a mother of pearl caviar spoon. And they say that this salty, savory taste of caviar makes a great dipping sauce.
Have you ever had caviar? I have.
Yes.
Yeah, but I don't.
How would you describe it?
Very salty. Yeah.
Is it good?
Yeah, that's all right.
I mean,
it's like capers on steroids.
Yeah.
Okay, I've had capers.
Yeah.
Because when you think fancy caviar, you think of McDonald's.
Mm-hmm. McCaviar kits.
McCaviar kits. Heather with the news. Coming up next, John Morosi. It's 97.1. Take you into Carson Anderson coming up in 5 minutes. Jim Costa with Stoney in for John Jansen. Heather Park back after she was sick. Govern Greg behind the glass. Did you ever figure out what they were breaking news over there?
No, it's probably Robert Kraft, according to ESPN, will not have a happy ending. He did not make the Hall of Fame class of 2026.
Should owners be in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
Okay.
Special, contributors. Jerry Jones got in. They deserve it.
Jerry Jones is also kind of a GM too, though.
Yes, that's true.
He'll make sure to tell you about it.
Yeah, I know. But when you think about what the Patriots have been under Robert Kraft, it's incredible. I mean, when he took over the team, they were supposed to possibly either move to Hartford at one point and then even St. Louis.
Right. Yeah, it says he didn't make it. This is his first year on the ballot. Do they hold Deflategate against him too?
Maybe. Or Spygate.
Spygate, both of them?
Maybe. I don't know.
Is Brady not going to be a first ballot guy?
No, he'll be.
Well, he cheated.
Yeah.
That's the standard now, right?
He'll be in. Well, see, this whole voting procedure is, they vote for 3 guys, and I think the players that were available in this situation with the senior class was Kenny Anderson, the former quarterback for the Bengals. I don't think he's a Hall of Famer personally. Roger Craig, I think you could argue that he is a Hall of Famer. I forget who the third player was, but
You're saying that because there's a log jam with the ballot.
Yeah.
I don't think they held Spygate against him, but I do think they held Spygate against him.
And then Belichick and Kraft were the other 2. I forget who the third player was. But yeah, I mean, it's who's the next Lion to get in? Is it just Stafford? And at least you don't have, like you have in baseball, what helmet is he going to wear on the plaque?
Right.
Whatever.
I think it's such a Rieger topic. I feel like he does that topic more than anybody else. What hat would JV wear? Or if there was a hat or a helmet in the NFL, how about this? If the guy gets in, you get to remember him however the hell you want to remember him.
Exactly.
If you were at JV's no-hitter or you loved some of those playoff games, the early round Game 5 elimination, if JV's a Tiger to you, he's a Tiger to you. Who cares what it's on a plaque in a museum that you may go to one time in your life?
Didn't that what? Leland doesn't have a hat.
You could choose to not, correct?
Right.
No logo.
I think Mike Messina is another one who just opted not because he was Yankees and Orioles, pretty much split.
But the idea that I, as a fan, would be upset if Verlander went in as an Astro or Stafford went in as a Ram. They won titles there. If they do, I guess I kind of understand, but it doesn't take away if you liked watching them play in your uniform for almost a decade.
Yes, look. I don't care about that. I do care about, as Greg knows, the guys who just, who are retired for whatever amount of years, and then they sign that ridiculous contract with the former team the one day. So Eddie Murray can retire as a Lion. Who gives a rat's ass?
Why does that bother you so much?
I don't know, because
we all have dumb stuff that bothers us.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It bothers me because it doesn't do anything. It's not like you're signing. People aren't going to remember who you retired as. People don't even remember Eddie Murray. That was the first one that caught my ire. Don't remember him kicking for the Cowboys or the Redskins at the time either. Yeah. So who cares? Anyway.
Yeah, who cares?
Hi, Gator.
Gator.
You got a problem with Eddie Murray?
No.
I have a problem with people who sign one-day contracts to retire with a particular team that they played with, even if they retired for somebody else or played for somebody else after
in their final season.
Yeah,
I don't really.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
I know it's a little stupid thing.
They spend a long time with one team, and then it's at the end of their career, you go somewhere else because of whatever circumstances, and they want to be remembered for that their loyalties lie with one team. Go ahead, it's all right.
Yeah, I guess. Anyway.
Yeah, this isn't what I'm going to get a shouting match over. It's not Shedeur Sanders in the Pro Bowl.
No, it's not Shedeur or apparently potentially Justin Fields. And every other quarterback that threw a single pass in the AFC this year. Good God, even Joe Flacco. Your boy Joe Flacco.
You see he got in too, though?
Yeah,
of course.
I did, so it's ridiculous.
You got Carson Anderson coming up next. Stay tuned for these guys. They'll have a Tuesday show ready to roll. It's 97.1.
Suarez.
Hello and good morning. It is the Karsh and Anderson program. I am Doug Karsh. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. Hello, Scott Anderson. How are you?
I'm all right, Doug Karsh.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm fighting a cold. I don't know if you can tell, but it's
Can now. I mean, if you said you've been doing this for a couple of days, I could not have told before.
Yeah, the last couple of days it's gotten worse, and we have a one of those like little medicine cabinets here at the station.
Mm-hmm.
Where they have, you can get your ibuprofen or if you need a Band-Aid or anything like that. And there's some cold medicine in there. And it's not clear if that cold medicine is drowsy or non-drowsy.
Is it clear if it's expired?
I don't know. I didn't even look at that.
You just took it?
I just took it right before the show. So if it is the drowsy version.
Play Russian roulette.
I kind of am, yeah.
With the medicine cabinet. I like it. I like taking the chances, man.
I did take a chance. This actually is better than it was.
Don't taunt it.
Yeah. Well, I'm not taunting. I feel like I've just entered the worst couple of days. But I'm fighting a cold, and I've had some zinc, and now I've had some cold medicine, and we will see. We'll see what the result is.
But if you do fall asleep, am I allowed to slap you to get you awake?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
I don't anticipate you falling asleep.
It's not the plan, but
the drowsy stuff affects you. Feel like you're sitting down watching TV. The next thing you know, you're drooling, and it's 3 hours later, and like, what happened?
Well, my suspicion is the drowsy stuff impacts people different ways. But
it could.
As it stands right now, I'm powering through, my friend.
All right.
Anything exciting last night? You make it all the way through that Red Wing game?
Well, yeah, through the Red Wing game, no problem at all. Great game that it was. And, it was really just killing time before the game came on. So yeah, I watched the movie last night. I don't think I'd recommend it. It's very disturbing. The movie was called Warfare, and it was about a true story with a U.S. SEAL team that got involved in a mission that went awry.
Oh, no.
Yeah. That was pretty realistic. At the end of the movie, when they're showing the credits, they're all types of pictures and videos of the actors working with actual Navy SEALs to show, to make it as authentic as possible with some of the battle scenes and stuff. And they're obviously telling their true story. And that is one of the most graphically disturbing movies I've seen in a while. So, but I mean, tells a story. It's great movie in that regard. But I would not watch that one again.
No,
that was a tough watch.
But you stuck with it.
I did, and unfortunately, the Red Wings started up. I'm like, all right, here we go, and they started off on a high note, Doug. Real high note.
So I mean, look, they came out of the gate, and this is a huge story today. It really is, Red Wing fans. They came out of the gate determined. It showed. They popped the goal early, and it wasn't long thereafter. This is going to be tough. Sorry, hold on.
You're gonna be all right. You better be all right.
This cold's getting worse. They popped the goal early.
Wow,
dude.
Maybe you can head out for a minute, do some coughing, do whatever it is you got to do. I got it. I understand. We've all been there. Oh boy. So we'll talk about the game last night.
I'm gonna get some tea.
Yeah, go do that. So they popped the goal early, as Doug said.
Yeah, I wonder if his skiing this weekend had anything to do with this.
What? No. Doug's love for the outdoors.
Oh, loves winter.
You think Doug's love for winter had something to do with the winter cold?
What are we on, 15, 16 straight days of below freezing?
Yeah. I guess we didn't quite get above freezing on Sunday, even though it was warmer.
It just felt warmer than what we had, Gator.
Yeah, it was 30.
Don't mistake that for balmy.
No, it was not balmy. It was
just felt
30.
balmy.
Yeah, it felt great. Like, I got in my car today. I'm driving in. I'm looking at the temperature in my car. It says 24. It felt like it was 10. It felt freezing this morning.
But less sun today, a lot of overcast. That's why. But
yeah, that's probably it. Probably has something to do with it. Anyway, so the game last night, as Doug said 3 times, and I'm going to say now for me the second time, they popped a goal in early. It's like 30 seconds into the contest, and you see Marco Kasper tip one in. from a pass from Raymond that Larkin had started the whole thing. And they're off and running. And it was a great start for a team that needed a great start. They needed to erase the 5-0 shutout loss to the Avs that they experienced the other day so that they could get back to winning. Because, frankly, I think the fan base is a little shaken by what's going on, and the team themselves know that they're better, and they had to prove it. And last night was one of those prove-it games. And they proved it, Doug. They get the goal early, and then they shut down the Avalanche the rest of the game. There were plenty of opportunities for both teams to pop in another goal, and yet it didn't happen until there was an empty net goal late. And boy, was one of the Avs players pissed about that.
It was kind of a weird game in that it felt like there were plenty of scoring chances.
Yeah.
It felt like there were ample opportunities for the Red Wings to add to their lead. Gibson was good.
Sider was great.
Yeah, and playing without Simon Edvinsson, it's been a rough go. But that's an important win, man. That's a big win. That's a step towards playoff credibility. It's a step towards trade deadline edition credibility. Like they needed that. The Red Wings hockey soul needed a win like that, and that's all it is, right? It's a step towards credibility. And, you and I talked about how important this game was yesterday and whether or not they could, if it mattered what they would do at the trade deadline. I thought it was more important than you did, and I might have been overreacting, and it's, whatever. But at the end of the day, I feel great about them for what they did last night. They shut out Colorado. They went into their house, and my God, was it their house last night?
Yeah.
Was it?
Did you
Are we sure that was their house?
The way it sounded on TV, sounded on the radio, the way it looked on TV, and then I saw that Ken Kal had posted a video on Twitter. I don't know if you saw that. Mm-hmm. That's worth watching to look at Cal's Twitter account because he did like a panoramic view with his phone, and tons of Red Wing fans.
Yeah,
there in Colorado for that one, and that was really cool to see. Yeah, that team came out inspired, ready to play. They were focused. They looked like a completely different team than what we saw the other day. And I think it was very important for them to know that they can hang with the best team in the league. And not only can they hang with them, they beat them. And they beat them on their own turf. And that was best of all. So does it have any effect on what Steve Yzerman does? I still maintain that it doesn't. However, I think everybody else gets galvanized around it, and everybody else is rallying, saying, yeah, all right, let's add gas to this thing, and let's get some momentum going. And everybody's pulling in the same direction. It's just a question of when will Steve Yzerman make a move? And what will the move be? Will it be defenseman? Will it be a forward? Will it be both? Will it happen before the freeze that takes place, I think, is it today? I think, actually. There's I believe it's today or tomorrow where the freeze for the duration of the Olympic break takes place through the 22nd of February. Or do you wait till after that and make a move within the 2 weeks of the trade deadline?
I think there's an interesting psychology to a win like that, and there'd be and certainly a win tomorrow over Utah would help. Utah team they struggled with, where you start looking ahead and stop looking behind. And what I mean by that is you're not concerning yourself with how many points clear you are of making the playoffs. You're concerning yourself with what's the best possible seed we can get. And I'm not there yet, but that kind of win yesterday, just for the credibility that this team isn't going to collapse, the credibility that this team isn't going to be sitting there at the end with Steve Yzerman saying, I didn't think it was worth adding, and Dylan Larkin saying it sucked not adding. Paraphrasing, right? Mm-hmm. They're a step closer. I think getting swept, and especially if they got embarrassed again by Colorado, it would have been really hard to justify a super aggressive move because you're like, okay, we can make a move just to make the playoffs. But when you win a game like that, you can make a move and you go, okay, that helps alleviate some doubts. Just alleviate some doubts. I don't want to overstate it, but it also helps say, hey, let's start looking ahead and maybe not looking behind. start looking up the standings instead of looking behind us in the standings. So anyway, Red Wing fans, big win. Your thoughts, 248-539-9797. I don't know if we have one person listening today who was there last night. If you were there last night and you're listening out there in Colorado, or you caught the 6 a.m. flight back, I would love to hear from you. That was an epic takeover of a good team's building. And it's not like we haven't seen that before. We've seen the Red Wings take over buildings. I did not expect that last night. Did you?
No, I didn't expect that last night. I know the Red Wing fans travel very well. They're transplanted throughout the country, and I know that they've shown up in Denver before, but that seemed an overwhelming amount of red, a sea of red there.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. What a Wings game last night. An important win for the Detroit Red Wings, 2-0 at Colorado. Best team in hockey. They showed up. The Red Wings showed up right from the jump on the Marco Kasper goal, and then it was nothing till the end, and the Red Wings added the empty netter. So you just beat the best team in hockey on the road, and does that change your faith in them? We are all... I don't know what the word is. I don't know that we're skeptical. I think the most hardcore Detroit Red Wing fan is probably a little bit concerned about the swoon that always seems to accompany the trade deadline, and this team seems to be in better shape and looks more like a playoff team, and I would think that people are feeling pretty good about them after last night. So what are they going to do? Are they going to make a big deal? There was some discussion about Panarin, but Elliot Freeman said today he doubts Detroit, which part of it might have to do with a new contract that he might want, but I'm okay with that. We always seem to talk about fit, and I'm not sure he's the right fit. But.
Yeah, I don't know if he is either, and I think there are plenty of options out there to look around the league and see where it's at. I think the tough part with the Red Wings, and the main reason I think the Red Wing fans have been reluctant to truly jump on board with this team. Of course, we have the failed marches of past, right? We understand that. But I think that it's how the East is shaping up because it is so damn tight. The Red Wings have 72 points on the season. This is a really good hockey team. But so is everybody else in the East. Like, there's not much separation. You got all these teams that are in it, and then you look at the wild card standings, and the 72 points for the Red Wings. It's great, but 68 points is the second wild card team. 63 is the first team out, so there is separation there, but it's from the top spot in the Eastern Conference down to the second wild card. There is not much separation at all. In fact, overall, it's just. It's 6 points that separates it. But we're not doing radio in Tampa or in Montreal or in Carolina to understand if there's the same sort of fear that comes from their fan base as there is here with the Red Wings.
248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. Jack, you're on 97.1. Hi, Jack.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's
All right,
up,
Jack?
Hey, I just wanted to give a little input into the so-called takeover in Denver. So I used to live in Colorado, and this was a very frequent occurrence. Every time they played the Red Wings, it was at least half Red Wings fans. And even when they played other teams, like the Hurricanes or anything, sea of Red Wings fans because of all the Michigan transplants that are there.
Well, we've seen it. I just was surprised to see it now, given the context of what Colorado is.
Oh, 100%. I mean, they are disgusting.
Yeah, and to still take over their building, very impressive.
Oh yeah, loyal fans out there. Also love the show, guys. Got to run. Love listening to you.
Yep, appreciate it, Jack. 248-539-9797. Doug in Royal Oak, you're on 97.1. Hi, Doug.
Hey, hi guys. It's a good conversation going into this break because you kind of wonder what the Av stations are talking about. They wailed on the Wings, 5-0 the other day, and then they come back and don't score. But this is one comment I like to make. I think this is the first game in a number of years where I think the goalie stole a game for us. I don't think we've had goalies capable. We've seen it against us. But what's your thought on that? I thought his play was exceptional in the net. And, I love the effort.
I didn't realize until last night when they showed the stats there just how good John Gibson has been on the road this year. His save percentage on the road is .938.
Number one.
Yeah, he's been outstanding, absolutely outstanding on the road, which is, that's an insane total to have. His goals against average is 1.88 on the road. He's 11-4. So those are nice splits to see when you've got a goaltender you can rely on, home or away, but particularly away, he has been lights out great. And overall in hockey over the last 2 months, he's been arguably the best goaltender in hockey.
I guess that's one of my thoughts is that if he stays playing the way he is now, he's like totally rejuvenated, right, from the Anaheim days. And if this was an exact example of a goalie stealing a game, where I've seen that happen against us. We put every possible shot on the net, nothing goes in. He sees everything or gets lucky with a pad save or something. So I thought it was an excellent game, and I think the effort was there on the Avs part too. I don't think they were, lacking there. So I take this as a very strong win.
Huge one. I mean, it's a huge regular season hockey game, given the context of where this team had been. It's a huge win. And you would express some concern last week about Gibson maybe wearing down a little bit.
Just give him a rest here and there. That's all.
Or he's about to get a bit of a rest.
Well, that was the thing. Is like, does it matter when you have this big break coming up? You're just going to keep playing him. I assume that he's going to play on tomorrow night against Utah as well. You got the day off in between games, and that just seems to work out. I mean, he's unquestioned the number one goaltender on this team.
Red Wing fans got to be stoked today. 248-539-9797. Big win last night. What does it mean for you personally? We've given our 2 cents from Brandon and Royal Oak. Hey, Doug, Kang, and Gator. Sider had an exceptional night. He had a plus 2 minute shift in the late minutes of the game, and absolutely shut McKinnon down. It was a Calder-worthy performance for Mo.
Yeah, it was. He played 27 minutes in the game. He was plus 2 in the game. He blocked 3 shots. He had 4 hits in the game. He did all the things that you expect statistically, but just from a visual standpoint, he was all over McKinnon the entire game and anybody else, and he just made great plays. And yes, that was a Norris Trophy worthy performance. I don't know if he's ever going to put up the offensive numbers that the typical Norris Trophy defenseman get, but he's known around the league as one of the toughest and best defensemen in the NHL, and he proved it last night. I agree with wholeheartedly. I think he's not the only one that made that comment. There were other national pundits have said that recently. I think John Morosi said that this morning.
Tim in a Truck says, last night's game proves this Wings team is different than we've seen in quite a while. Unnamed texter, Gibson 4 shutouts this year, playing awesome hockey. Adam at work. I was at the game last night, and it felt like a home game. It was amazing seeing all the Wings fans and watching the Avs fans sulk out after Raymond put the game away. It was. It was a hell of a takeover of a place that, shouldn't be letting people take over their building, given how well their hockey team is playing, but might be doing a little bit of waiting for the postseason. I'll just say this. It was important to the Wings. Their fans showed up. The team showed up right from the jump and got a very important, hard-fought bounce-back win. And a little stamp of credibility to their playoff resume, a little stamp of credibility to, hey, what can we add to reel in teams in front of us instead of constantly looking behind us and whether or not the collapse is coming. What do you got, people? 248-539-9797. Our station's Kenny, resident hockey guy. I want your 2 cents. What did you think of last night's game?
I was very impressed. And you bring up the collapse thing, which is always fascinating to me because it feels like we have a similar conversation the last 2, call it 3 years at least, where, you're feeling good about your team going into the All-Star break or going into whatever this Olympic break is going to be. And then you wonder, hey, are we going to fall apart and not make any moves? I mean, I think the fact that Dylan Larkin spoke last year, and I guess ruffled some feathers with Steve Yzerman, I think that speaks volumes as to where this team feels like they should be. So the hope is that there will be some ads here, and hopefully before the freeze. I would imagine probably after the freeze at this point. But yeah, I was massively impressed. And by the way, Wings fans, a round of applause to yourselves for showing up to that game. That was impressive.
It was. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Also, Pistons, they're mulling over what they're going to do next. They got a big game tonight. We'll get to that today at 10:35. Trade deadline is Thursday. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Big win for the Red Wings last night, 2-0 over the Colorado Avalanche. They got Utah tomorrow, then the Olympic break, and certainly it is it's a relief to see them play that game last night. A relief to see them get on top early. A relief to see them play a solid game defensively. A relief to see them lock down when they needed to. They had one of the worst power plays I've seen all year, though. I will say that. The middle of the second period, I don't know that they possessed the puck in the Colorado zone for more than like 5 seconds at a time before. It was terrible.
They could not control it. They could not get it set up. Very frustrating. Now, give credit to Colorado. They had the best penalty kill in the NHL.
Yep.
And you can see why. I mean, they're very aggressive with it. They really make you work for it to try to gain the zone.
Mm-hmm.
And Red Wings just couldn't get it done. And the Red Wings power play is a little bit of an issue right now. They're really struggling over the last 6-7 games. I think just have one power play goal during that time. But you imagine they'll figure this thing out. It's a good hockey team. How good remains to be seen, but a game like last night gives you hope that this is a team that can get things done. And the previous caller mentioned it. They had a goalie last night that you could argue stole the game.
Yep.
He just stood on his head, did what he had to do. Now, 21 saves isn't your typical, he had his 34 save per. But the quality chances that Colorado had, and he put himself in a great position to make saves, particularly late in that game, did a great job. And when you have confidence in your goaltender, everybody just seems to play better. And the numbers he's put up on the road, those are no joke. A .938 save percentage, a sub-2 goals against average in 15 games is quite impressive. And to have that in your back pocket too, knowing that he's going to give you the best effort on the road, makes you feel like this is a team that might be able to do some damage.
All right, there you go, Red Wing fans. 248-539-9797. Love to hear from you how you are feeling this morning. In the meantime, 22 hours after that game started, the Pistons have a huge game against a team from Colorado. The Denver Nuggets are in town. It's the best team in the East versus the third best team in the West, record-wise. Denver, however, the second favorite to win the whole thing at plus 650 behind OKC. Detroit is tied with San Antonio as the fourth favorite at plus 1,500. Pistons won a 2-point game last week. Cade Cunningham had a big game. Jamal Murray was really good for the Nuggets with 24 points. But, of course, that game was played without Nikola Jokic. So, as we sit here and ponder the importance of games leading up to the trade deadline for the Red Wings, the same question can be asked of the Detroit Pistons. Hey, man. Is this one that will compel Trajan Langdon to go big? Does it matter at all? Has he already made up his mind on what he's going to do? I love measuring stick games when you're the up-and-coming team. I love measuring stick games when you're the up-and-coming team, and that's exactly what we have tonight. More important than last week's game when the Joker was out.
Sure. Yeah, you've got a couple more data points here, and it's a big one with having Jokic back in the game. But I look at the Red Wings and the Pistons, and they're kind of similar in the situations they're at, except when I think about the trade deadline, I don't know if the Pistons have to make a move. We've seen them be the best team in the East without making any moves and just going with what they have, and what they have is pretty good. If they could tweak it, if they could add just a smaller piece that doesn't cost you anything near your core, and if they could find a way to add a piece without even taking away Tobias Harris, which everybody thinks he's involved in a trade because it's money going the other way. But if they could somehow, trade for a Malik Monk type, without having to give up anybody of real substance on your team, you're going to have draft capital. But is a move like that, is that possible? And I think it is possible. There are players that are just 3-and-D type players, and that might be all they need to do. And you don't have to give up a ton to get those guys.
Well, there's a bunch of stuff reporting out there today as we move in on 48 hours to the trade deadline, and we will get to coming up. But, yeah, I mean, look, this is a game that could compel them to do one thing or another. It is a game that I would imagine the Pistons are taking very seriously. I suspect that the Nuggets are as well, given that they just lost to the Pistons last week, and they want to prove it was because their best player was out, and he is exceptionally good, over 29 a game. from Jokic. So, hey, look, man, it's LCA. It's back at home. That game last week, Denver pushed Detroit and shot it pretty well as that game went on, and the Pistons really couldn't put Denver away, and eventually it resulted in the 2-point win. But look, there's a lot of premium on what the Pistons do at this trade deadline, and they haven't played a ton of games against the contenders in the West. So this is a good one as far as that measuring stick's concerned. And this is all going on in the context of Giannis Antetokounmpo trade rumors, who's not coming to Detroit. I can almost guarantee you that. And now James Harden trade rumors. The James Harden thing is interesting because it's about him going to Cleveland. And that's what the deadline dialogue has given us today, is that Cleveland and the Clippers are looking at a deal that would send James Harden and draft capital to the Cavs. The Clippers would get Darius Garland. So the Clippers get a young star to pair. They get a young star, and then Cavs would pair Harden with Donovan Mitchell and Evan Mobley. And remember this about Cleveland. They are potentially aligned to be a second-round opponent for Detroit in the postseason. And now Harden is old. He's still getting it done.
Yeah, he's still a really good player, but it feels like he's always chased money or chased a championship and hasn't gotten it done. He's been dealt, 3 or 4 times already in his career, and it hasn't necessarily helped out the team he's been dealt to. They haven't been able to go over the top and win it.
Yep.
He's still a really good player, though. There's no question about that. Worry about that a little bit, and that it certainly would make Cleveland more formidable. Without question, Cleveland would become more formidable, and that would be an obstacle to overcome in the Eastern Conference. But see what the Pistons do. I don't know, and I don't expect the Pistons to be countering moves, to teams in the Eastern Conference like we used to see the Red Wings and counter moves that the Avalanche would make, or vice versa, back in the day when those two teams were the ones who were battling for it.
Kang, what are your thoughts on a potential Harden move to the East?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, he's not the same player he used to be, but I don't want any other team to get better, and that would make the Cavs better. There's rumors that he could go to Houston as well. I'd like that better because he's in the West. I don't know what James Harden's been the last few years. I mean, he's just been bouncing around, stacking up career stats and points, but is he helping? He doesn't have a ring for a reason, too. Is he actually the guy that puts a team over the top? And I question that. Kind of like Chris Paul never put a team over the top, and everyone was trying to get that guy. So I wouldn't be severely threatened if the Cavs got Harden. I do think it makes them better. Going back to the Pistons, if they have to make a trade, I don't think they have to make a trade. I think you have to make a trade when you feel like something, I don't know. I think the Cavs feel like they have to make a trade because they have to get better. I think the Pistons are at a weird spot right now. I think they have to make a trade, but the question is what kind of trade? And that could be mid-tier, and that could be a bigger splash. I don't think they do operate anything based on what Harden does, though. I'll say that. I think they're going to operate in their own realm, and they're focused on making their team better.
Well, as we approach this thing, I want to revisit something I said last week, because I think there's a lot of you out there that are sitting back screaming for this team and the Red Wings to make a trade. And I don't know how you define this term, but there's a term, trade for trade's sake. If you want a player, but you don't care what the return is, you don't care what you have to give up to get said player, that to me is the definition of wanting to make a trade for trade's sake. Because the return actually does matter. And this is why I've been pushing a secondary move. Is because a secondary move comes with a return that doesn't really cut into the core. And so, I think there's a lot of people that have grown impatient with our teams, that their impatience is leading to feeling more motivated. They really want to see one of our teams make a trade here when they should have nothing to do with one another. What the Lions did, what the Tigers did, what the Red Wings did last year should have nothing to do with what the Pistons are doing now. But that's why I've been very specific all along. What I expect and what I think they should do is try and find that 3-and-D guy, whether it be a stretch 4 or a guard or somebody who can help you out with some perimeter shooting that doesn't cut into the core. So you're talking about rotation guys near the bottom and future draft capital, which is probably would be enough to get it done. Now, with that said, the shape of the race in the East could change with the trades that we have just discussed. If Giannis ends up staying in the East and going to somebody else, or if James Harden comes over, would feel like a win move now for Cleveland. You mentioned Malik Monk, and that is something came up in a Law Murray story on The Athletic. It's the first time I saw his name, but he would be a solid complement to Cunningham. Question is, what do you have to give up to get him? Would Karis LeVert and future draft capital be enough to get it done? If I were in Sacramento, I'd be asking for Jaden Ivey. And I wonder how safe Ivey is. I think I value him more than most people do because I still think he can get back to his form. He's not there right now. He's just not.
No, he's not. And I think he can get back to the form too, but I feel bad for him because it feels like this is such a wasted year right now. That he hasn't gotten to his form at this point, and that his name is going to be thrown in every rumor out there because that is a player from the roster that other teams will look at and go, well, look at this guy. Well, we know he's got talent, but what's going on there? Maybe just an off year. We can get in low and get a huge reward for it. It's low risk and high reward.
So if you were in Sacramento, would you want a future first and a Karis LeVert for Malik Monk, or would you want Jaden Ivey?
I'd probably want Jaden Ivey.
I would too. Okay, would you accept LeVert, or would you want Jaden Ivey?
I mean, obviously the ceiling's way higher with Ivy. It just depends on what they're looking for, right? I mean, they could just. Of course, as a Piston fan, I'd rather trade Karis LeVert, but yeah, I'd want Ivy if I was the Kings.
248-539-9797. The deadline dialogue regarding the Pistons, an insider's take on what's going down and what they heard. We will get to that coming up today at 10:48. The latest on the Pistons as we approach 48 hours to the trade deadline. Piston fans, how you feeling about this game tonight and what needs to happen with the roster? 248-539-9797, 97.1. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Some breaking news from the NBA. The Detroit Pistons. First-time All-Star Jalen Duren has accepted an invitation to participate in the 2026 NBA Slam Dunk Contest. According to Shams Charania, Jalen Duren will be in the dunk contest.
Is K just going to lob them all?
I don't know. Like, how does that work?
It's going to be the first time we see a pick and roll in the dunk contest. I like it. No, honestly, though, I don't know what he... Like, I know he's pretty athletic, but I'm not sure... This might be a rough dunk contest because when the big men try to do dunks, no one's ever impressed. It's always the little guys that win it or the wings.
It's happened, though.
Dwight Howard.
Dwight Howard was amazing at it.
Very creative.
Blake Griffin was pretty good at it when he could
but
jump.
He could jump out the building.
Well, when he could jump, yeah.
Yes. But, Aaron Gordon was a tall guy that did really well, too.
It's about creativity. I mean, you got to, how creative can you be? What props will you bring? Costuming. All matters in the dunk contest.
What if one of the dunks he does is he brings Dylan Brooks out, kicks him in the nuts, punches him in the face, and then goes coast to coast and dunks it?
He would have won before the dunk.
He got a 50 before
50,
he even.
Who doesn't give him a 50?
Right before he even leaves the ground. He's people hold up.
He's going to bring Asar Thompson out. Asar's going to miss a mid-range shot, and then Jalen Duren's going to tip jam it. It's
perfect.
50.
Yep.
Basic cuff dunk, yeah.
Duren joins Lakers center Jackson Hayes and Spurs rookie Carter Bryant in the contest field. You know, I was kind of wondering if LeBron was going to do it because it might be his last year.
Has he ever done it? I don't think he
so.
has.
No.
Remember he used to threaten, I'll definitely do it next year.
There was one year where
he
it
will.
was amazing, and he said he was going to do it, and of course he didn't do it in the next
And I
year.
remember we brought it up, and Kang, you interjected and said, "Yeah, whatever. I'll believe it when I see it."
And then they did ask him this year, Doug, and he said, "I'm 41, man. No." That was like his answer.
So Jalen Duren's in the dunk contest, which could be cool. How creative can you get? Who's your creative team? Like, do you have to bring in an outsider to come up with something new, something fresh? You know, a cupcake that you got to blow out the candle that's sitting up there on the rim, that whole thing. What are we going to do that's new and fresh? Matt McClung's not in it, right?
Yeah, he declined.
Okay.
Oh.
I mean, the guy can't keep using this guy, man.
Why not?
Because he said so. He's like, no more, please.
You can pay me and I'll do it. Yeah, give me a large sum of money to do it.
Back to the G League he goes.
To save your special, precious slam dunk contest.
Okay, so, well, that's kind of cool news, potentially. In the meantime, Deadline Dialogue, The Athletic's Hunter Patterson has a story quoting league sources about the Pistons. Whole stories about the Pistons. What they may or may not do at this trade deadline. First of all, he writes, it appears the Pistons, the odds of Pistons making a major move does not feel great. He says their demeanor feels more opportunistic than aggressive. When it comes to Tobias, league sources is who he cites. The Pistons are not engaged in discussions involving Tobias Harris. That is as of 5:30 this morning, I think, is when he posted this story, or that it got posted. League sources saying not involved in discussions involving Tobias Harris.
Well, deadline's Thursday.
Yep.
And if I'm going to read anything into it, that just tells me that the Pistons probably aren't in on some monster deal to acquire, because they would have to make money work in a monster deal. So any thought of like Lauri Markkanen, does that mean that Michael Porter Jr. is
probably out?
Not, at least at this point.
Yep.
Maybe they re-engage today and figure it out.
I mean, things could change, but as I'm looking when this story indeed got posted, 7:05 this morning. So as of 7:05, league sources are saying the Pistons are not engaged in discussions involving Tobias Harris. Jaden Ivey, if a deal presents itself, quote, the Pistons would explore it, end quote. Now, Jaden Ivey is, I mean, we've already talked about him a little bit here, but he's a fascinating player in that the upside feels like it's still there. I don't think coming off the injury, I don't know if that's necessarily damaged Jaden Ivey's people might try to get him cheap, but I don't think the Pistons are going to sell him cheap. Here's one of the things that Patterson wrote. Ivy seemingly lacks the explosion and athleticism he once relied on before the broken leg and is averaging career low in points, assists, and rebounds and minutes played. If a deal involving Ivy presents itself, the Pistons could explore it. So there is that.
I'm just saying, it's not just the broken leg. Remember, it's the knee. He injured the knee after he recovered from the broken leg. He was sounded like he was good to go late in the summer. And then this knee injury happens, and that's really set him back. It's two things you have to deal with.
Danis Jenkins, whose contract has to get converted from the two-way contract because he's approaching the 50-game limit. So somebody's probably going to get cut, and that's probably going to be Isaac Jones. But with Jenkins' emergence, again, Patterson writes, Marcus Sasser's expendable moving forward. Sasser's under contract through 26-27 and could become a restricted free agent in the summer of 28. I think Sasser feels to me like a throw-in, but a throw-in with some value. Not a ton of it. I think on his own he doesn't get you a lot back, but as a throw-in with a draft pick, a high draft pick, or another player, he could be a sweetener.
Look, you do not want to fall in love with your own players. But sometimes you can't help it. I can't help but think that if Marcus Sasser were playing on a team that gave him starters minutes, that he'd average 20 points a game.
Yeah. And then there's this. Asar Thompson and Isaiah Stewart also are extension eligible this summer. The Pistons could have an offer come in that makes too much sense and decide to capitalize on it. These would, I think, qualify as big moves. They're not big money players, but Asar Thompson and Isaiah Stewart, that's cutting into the core, and I really don't want to do that.
Yeah, that would, and I just maintain this until proven otherwise, because he has proven to do it this way. I don't think that the owner of the Pistons, Tom Gores, wants to see this thing blown up anytime soon.
Yeah.
If it means he's got to go over the luxury and pay a luxury tax to keep these guys together, I think he will. I think that's the brilliance of having this team, is that it's your team. They will be your free agents, your own free agents. So I think that he's shown the willingness to spend. I mean, to buy out the contract of the previous coach was amazing. But it's something we have not seen in town from any owner make that kind of a move, which was $60 million or $70 million that he just ate to move on from a coach. So why wouldn't I expect him to go ahead and do the same thing when it comes to the roster?
248-539-9797. Steve is next on 97.1. Hello, Steve.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Regarding the Pistons in the trade, I said, you can't look at the other teams, but, Lions, they were there. They made no moves. Didn't work out. Tigers, they were there. They didn't make any moves. That didn't work out. The Pistons are pretty deep. They got a deep bench. You got Ron Holland, Oscar Thompson, same player. Neither one of them can score, and they both play good defense. We don't need both of them.
I would disagree with that.
Tobias, they're not going to re-sign him after this year. If you can package up him and one of Asar or Ron Holland and Ivy and get Markkanen or Porter, they've got the team that they can go the distance. They have to make a move.
Hold on. What are you giving up? You're giving up
either Asar or Ron Holland, one of those two.
One of those two, Ivy and Tobias.
Holland, Ivy, and Tobias.
So between Holland and Oscar, one of them, and Ivy, you get no offensive production out of any of them. The only one you get from is Tobias, and you're not going to re-sign him after this year.
Yeah, I mean, that's really reshaping a lot of the core of your team. I love what Lauri Markkanen brings to the offensive end. You are cutting into your defensive identity. Steve, that's something that they obviously value quite a bit.
Well, but you're only losing, one piece out of the defensive identity?
I'm going to assume they're going to take Asar.
Okay, so let's say you're losing one guy on defense. Tobias don't play defense that well. And Ivy, he's not out there long enough to play defense that well.
I guess
you're losing over 30 points a game.
Yeah, you're getting back a
Losing
shooter.
your-
I mean,
a
it's
stud who plays defense.
it's tempting. I can't see them doing this. Can't see him doing it. It's tempting as hell because I think Laurie Markkinen.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, it's tempting. I guess the part that I mean, right away what threw me off is if you don't think that Asar Thompson or Ron Holland have any offensive skill, I guess you're not, I don't know what you're watching. I mean, they're not asked to score a ton, but they can. Asar Thompson in particular is a player that's really kind of kicked it up a notch and shown that he's got way more ability, and the ceiling is high. The ceiling's high for both of those players. Markkinen's an interesting player when you look at the other side of it, though.
There is a player the Pistons did covet that they tried or were interested in that apparently they cannot get. It's off the market. It feels like we'll get to that at 11:02 on 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. The Pistons are getting ready to take on the Denver Nuggets tonight, and one Piston star is making headlines ahead of that game. ESPN's Shams Charania posted on X moments ago that Pistons center and first-time All-Star Jalen Duren will compete in the 2026 dunk contest at this upcoming All-Star break. Duren will be just the fourth Piston in franchise history to compete in the dunk contest, joining Andre Drummond in 2016, Jerry Stackhouse in 2000, and Allen Houston in 1994. He's one of only 3 players already named in the dunk contest this season, joining Jackson Hayes of the Lakers and rookie Carter Bryant of the Spurs. It will take place on February 14th. Just a few days ago, Duren was named an Eastern Conference All-Star for the first time in his career. He will join Cade Cunningham at the All-Star game this season, marking the first time the Pistons have multiple All-Stars in the same year since 2008. At the same time, Detroit head coach J.B. Bickerstaff will also coach the East All-Stars this year. He's the first Pistons coach to do so since Flip Saunders in 2006. Tonight, the Stones will face Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets at home at 7 o'clock. Jokic returned from injury 2 days ago after missing almost a month with a bone bruise in his hyperextended knee. Karis LeVert is also questionable with an illness for the Pistons in that one. Tonight's game starts at 7 o'clock. Our pregame coverage begins here on 97.1 with Chris Villar at 6:35. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's a fun time of the year.
What, trade deadline stuff?
Yeah,
yeah, it's kind of cool.
It's happening real quickly for the Pistons here in the next couple of days, and if the Red Wings want to get something done before the freeze, they've got to get something done. Otherwise, you got to wait till after February 22nd, I believe, to start working on deals. I'd like the Wings to make something happen now, just because you'll have all that time during the break for the new player to get acclimated. New player or players to get acclimated to their new surroundings and get used to their teammates, and then you'll have some practices under your belt before you take to the ice. But if they wait too. So we'll see.
248-539-9797. We'll get back to your phone calls in a moment. I mentioned before the break that there was a player that the Pistons were apparently interested in. They actually explored a trade for Keon Ellis, the 3-and-D guard who was sent to Cleveland. Which is kind of interesting. So Detroit showed some interest in him, according to Hunter Patterson, but he has since been dealt off to the Cleveland Cavaliers. So that's unfortunate. Well, let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Josh next here on 97.1. Hi, Josh.
Hey, how's it going?
We're good.
Right,
What's
Josh.
up? Pretty good, man. I just want to call in to say that we really don't need to make a move. This core is really 2 years ahead of schedule. Also, offloading a lot of picks for a big name, it really doesn't make a lot of sense because a lot of teams hamstring themselves in the future after doing moves like that.
It's really weird, Josh, because I'm not sure that you're wrong, and I'm also not sure there isn't a whole bunch of people that agree with you, which is the opposite of what has happened with our other 3 teams. I think there has to be a curiosity, and this is something that is very difficult, I think, probably down in those offices at the practice facility, is the curiosity of what this team could do if they do stand pat. Because if they do stand pat and win, if they do, but Josh, if they do stand pat and win the East, that is one damn bright future. You got to sort out Duren's contract. You got to figure out what's going to happen with Unk. But at the end of the day, this is such a young core that it's got to be so tempting to just want to take this group and ride and see how far they can get.
Well, absolutely. And to continue on what I said, like a low-level move using our exception money and maybe like a Careless Avert or something like that and getting like a Trey Murphy, I'm not opposed to something like that. But like a Markkanen or a Jaren Jackson or a player like that, it's just too expensive for how young this core is, and we don't even really know what kind of team we have yet. Along with that, the whole Tobias thing, it just didn't make sense to me. He's that vet that steadies the ship. When there's lulls in the offense, he's the guy getting the big bucket in the fourth quarter, teaching these guys how to win. With as many fourth quarter comebacks as we've had, we've given up fourth quarter leads. So it's just a lot to ponder, and I wouldn't be I wouldn't be upset if we didn't make a finals.
Well, I'll say this, Josh. There was a move yesterday that came up that I kind of liked, and it's Klay Thompson. And I don't know what it would take to get Klay Thompson. If it didn't take a lot, I can't imagine it would take too much, but if it didn't take a lot, I think another veteran like that can still shoot it, that's been through the wars, would be a good add to this team. I think I'm warming up to that more and more as we get closer and closer to this trade deadline.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I think there are moves to be made, and they don't have to be giant moves. There are moves to be made that can absolutely improve this team, and it could be as simple as getting a shooter to come off the bench or adding more defense. Either way, I think this team is poised to improve themselves, and it doesn't have to be a dramatic improvement. That's the joy of this team, is that they're number one in the Eastern Conference by a lot. They're the number 2 team in basketball, according to power rankings, just about every power ranking you look right now. And Oklahoma City didn't they just get thumped in one of their games? So they look human, and the Pistons look good. Well, tonight, Pistons have a really good matchup against Denver to see where they're at, again, on the national scale. But because they are so good, they don't have to change a ton.
They don't have to make a move. In my opinion, I think they should make a move. And I think the line's been drawn, guys. I think the dramatic quote-unquote trade would be if it involves Tobias Harris. I feel like that's the linch point here, right? Like if they trade Tobias Harris, I think that's going to be considered dramatic for a lot of Pistons fans because he's such a big part of this team and this culture.
Would you be okay, because you're obviously more insisting of it than we are, but are you okay with the minor secondary move?
Of course, because I think they need to improve this team. I know everyone, obviously they're the best in the East record-wise right now, but I've said it before and say it again, playoff basketball is different. Every possession, the guys are going hard compared to what they do in the regular season. It's just a fact. You saw it happen with the Knicks last year. This team, yes, they're playing above what we expected, but people bring up that last caller, they're ahead of schedule. What is the schedule? The schedule, you know what I mean? There's nothing definitive about the growth of this team that we can expect for sure next year and the year after that. We hope they continue to grow, right? But that's not given. So that's why I feel like you got to keep an eye on now as well as the future. I think trading Tobias Harris, if they were to do that, you're not giving up the future. He's the oldest guy on the team. And I know what he brings. I love Tobias Harris. But if I can get better to win a championship this year, I'm willing to trade the oldest guy, on the team with an expiring contract who's averaging his second lowest career points per game.
248-539-9797. Mike is next. Hello, Mike.
Hey, good afternoon. I have to agree with what you guys were just saying about the moving off of Tobias. He's old. He makes the most money. Yeah, he's a great locker room guy, but this is the chance. The East is down. It's a buyer's market. I've never seen a market like this where there's so many available players. And if Tobias Harris is your second best scorer, I just don't see how that's going to get you over the hump. I just really don't want like you just said, when the defense gets tight in the fourth quarter in the playoffs, it is a different game, and we need a secondary scorer. So I don't know what you thought about that.
Well, he's not their second best scorer. He's Jalen Duren is by 5 points more per game than Tobias, and Tobias is in that third category, which is about 4 guys that are all double-digit scorers. But look, Tobias, what he brings to the table isn't always measured in points per game, and that's been made clear by them. I don't want to cut into the core. I don't want to mess with it. I want to see what they can do. I want to make that secondary move that brings in a player that can help them. And I'd be fascinated to know what the price is for Malik Monk. What's the price for Klay Thompson? What's the price for a player that isn't at the top of their game and but could help this Piston team right now? Who's the next Dennis Schroeder, who ironically just got traded?
Right.
Yeah, but
again.
Yeah. So Tobias, I don't think it's falling in love with your own guys. I think it's falling in love with the results.
Well, the other thing with the Pistons is because they're not the conventional NBA team. Like when people talk about the need a secondary scorer, I think they just assume that has to be a 3-point shooter. What the Pistons have made their bones by knocking down their 2-point shots. That's been their strategy.
Yeah.
We're gonna feed it inside, take the high percentage shot, and make that at a way higher percentage than the rest of the league is shooting. So
do they necessarily have to find that guy from outside? They don't have to, but it feels like that is the missing piece for this team. Really good basketball team that doesn't have that knockdown three-point shooter just yet.
But also, they need a guy that can create his own shot. And I'm telling you, when come playoff basketball time, when Cade Cunningham is getting double teamed on a consistent basis, he's got to limit his turnovers, and then he's got to find the guy that's open, whether it's a knockdown guy or not, or a guy that can create his own shot, because he's going to be playing a lot of minutes. They run one of the best things about the Pistons right now is they go deep, man. They can go 10 guys right off that bench. Does that bench shorten come playoff time, or do they continue to try to roll this regular season success formula into the playoffs? Because everyone shortens their bench in the playoffs.
248-539-9797. Tons of feedback coming in. We will get caught up on that. If you send us a text, there's a good chance we're going to read it. In the meantime, next hour, we have got another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. All right, as we sit here 2 days ahead of the NBA trade deadline, I'm on the record of saying I do not want to move Tobias Harrison a big move. I do want a secondary move. Very interested in Klay Thompson. Others, we've gotten plenty of people saying you got to move Tobias, and that's fine. Kang, you're open to it. You're not insisting, and you're open to it. Gator, your stance on Tobias is?
I mean, I'm open to anything with this team. But the thought that he's not going to be on this team next year makes him expendable. Mm-hmm. But I do recognize that he brings something to this team that I think is necessary. He's kind of like a glue guy, but I also think the team knows it's a business, and if a move comes along and you have to you're going to add a player, and he's the cost, that they'll understand it.
248-539-9797. Todd, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Todd.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Okay.
Good. Hey, I wanted to talk about James Harden. I'm a big fan, but additionally, I think he would fit. And here's the math, and here's the idea. You pick up James Harden, who he does have a trade veto, but I think he wants to go to a contender, and you trade him for Tobias, who makes 26, expendable, obviously expiring, and then you throw in Ivy, who's got up for a contract too, I think the sweetener would be one of their first round pick. Now, hear me out. Harden makes $40 million. You got the contracts matching, and it gives the Clippers flexibility. They're not going anywhere anytime soon without Harden, right? I mean, that team's kind of dead right now. It's going to be for a few years. So you're giving them essentially, they're getting Harden off the books. They're picking up Tobias. He'll be off the books. And they can do what they want with Ivy, and they get a draft picked out of it. Now, I think to get Harden to stay in Detroit, because he's got a veto on the trade, would be he's got the player option for next year for 1 year, but it's not guaranteed. So maybe you add a year or two to his deal and give him the player option as well at 40-ish, whatever he needs to that end. You get a scorer in Harden who he's got some gas left in the tank. Let's be honest. He's averaging 25 and 8.5 right now. He's a great facilitator. So I think one of the better things you can do is get Cade off the ball and handle the ball a lot more and get Cade less double teams. Harden is a proven superstar, or was a proven superstar, but still is a tremendous player. Still, he can get his own shot and knock it down.
I think there's a lot to like about Harden, okay? I don't know. I would not agree with the assessment that team is dead. They've won 17 of their last 22. They're one of the hottest teams in the NBA. They're a team.
I'm just saying future-wise. They're not going to win. They're barely going to make the playoffs this year.
If they keep this, they're in a playoff spot right now.
I think they're 11th-ish? Yeah, I mean, okay.
They're 9th, and they are 3.5 games into the playoffs ahead of Memphis as it stands right now. But they've gotten that hot that they've suddenly become a factor, and so I don't know that they're quite as motivated as perhaps you would think. And here's the other thing. I think I would rather do the trade. If I were them, I'd rather do the trade for Darius Garland. Right?
So,
why are they going to take? Why are they going to take our young player when they get a former All-Star?
Well, it's up to Harden where he wants to go. Does Harden want to go to Cleveland, or would he rather go to Detroit?
I mean, I guess that could be a factor.
Presented with options. I mean, if Harden's got the no trade clause part of it, he can determine where he wants to go, and in the end, he may just torpedo Cleveland. Plus, I think Harden wants an extension.
Yeah, so you extend him for a year or two and give him the player option on both those. He's got 1 year left, but it's not guaranteed.
I guess given the choices, if I'm Harden may agree to come to Detroit. If I'm the Clippers, I'd rather do the Cavs trade. In which case you just don't trade him.
The converse of that would be, do the Clippers want more autonomy, meaning they're going to have all those contracts off the books, right, and get a draft pick out of it. So instead of getting Garland necessarily, who's a good player, don't get me wrong, but with that extra $40 million plus, or more than that, in fact, they can work their own system and maybe sign someone either better than Garland, someone who fits better, and use that pick. So I like the Clippers Detroit's offer better than Cleveland's because it gives them more flexibility.
Well, I guess I don't, but that's fine. I mean, your bird in the hand is Garland.
I don't know if I love James Harden. James
Harden would help this team.
Well, he's obviously can score. There's no question about that, but he has gotten worse and worse over the years in terms of his shooting percentages have dropped. But he's averaging 25 a game this year, which is kind of crazy.
Do you have his assist numbers in front of you?
Yeah. He's averaging 8 assists a game, too.
Yeah.
The upside of that is that he can take some of the pressure off of Cade. But is he poison when he goes to other teams?
Well, that I don't know. That is something that he kind of has that rep, yes. So, feedback. I would do perfectly fine if the Pistons do absolutely nothing, which is weird because I'm usually always demanding my teams to do some kind of move. This is new territory, writes Jerry. Regarding the Red Wings last night, lots of Michigan natives in Colorado. They even have a Michigan-themed bar called Lodo's in the downtown strip. That's from JV. Chris from the Creek says, the word I'll go with regarding the Wings is trepidatious. Unfortunately, Yzerman's developed a reputation of standing pat at the trade deadline and letting us go into a free fall as teams built for the playoffs and ramp up their games for the postseason. Jock in Washington says, I love the 2 points, but if you watch the whole game, I've never seen the Avs miss so many in-close chances, probably 5 or 6 open nets. We need to have better in-front D in front of open nets. Need 2 tough defensemen bullies out there for the deadline. From the deadline. You're not likely going to get 2. Secondly, the Red Wings missed open nets.
I was just going to say, did you not see the Red Wings miss their chances?
Yes. I can't remember if it was Kopp who missed an open net.
Yeah. I think it was Kopp. And was Kopp the one who was pulled down on the breakaway as well, or is that Van Riemsdyk? I forget.
I think it was Van Riemsdyk pulled down on the breakaway. Kopp missed the open net. I think I might have those inverted, but yeah, the Red Wings missed chances too. They won the game.
Yeah,
I'm not taking credit away from them from winning the game. Now, your argument that you'd like them to be better, I would agree. The idea that they could get 2 helpful defensemen at the trade deadline.
Well, they don't need to. They could use 1. Right, and
you're getting Edvinson back.
And you're getting Edvinson back, which is a massive get back. It feels like forever since they played with him, and yet it's only been like 6 or 7 games that they played without him recently. But Simon Edvinson is an absolute difference maker, and I thought that I read the reports where they're keeping him out just for precautionary reasons because we've got this giant break coming up. No need to rush him back. If this were the playoffs, would he be playing right now? He probably would be. So give him some time to come back, and I do think that they're going to add another defenseman.
Here's an interesting one from an unnamed texter. I wish you'd sign it. It's always hard to remember when you're sending us texts. Include your name. But this unnamed texter writes in, I could argue that win last night was one of the biggest the Wings have had in years.
It was big.
It was a big win. It was a big win.
I didn't realize how I was going to feel about it until I saw it with my own eyes.
Yep.
And express the emotion that I had with fists in the air and yelling when they got the empty net goal, and then when the thing was finally done with and they preserved the shutout, which is just the cherry on top. That's a little personal thing you like to see at the end of it, and get the goaltender rewarded for it, and he deserved it. But then you take a step back and you realize they just beat Colorado at Colorado. That's impressive for a team that got hammered 5-0 and looked non-competitive against that team just 2 days earlier. It's a big win.
Let's go to Adam next on 97.1. Hi, Adam.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
I can't stand the talk of trading Tobias Harris. He's the ultimate glue guy. He's a bucket. He was guarding Jaylen Brown at the end of the Celtics game, and in the playoffs he was guarding Cat. And trading Harden for him, who is a screen door, folds in the playoffs, and is ball dominant, would be an epic mistake. The guy who's actually expendable on the Pistons is Ivy. Tremendous talent, but he doesn't fit with Cade. We need a shooting guard who can shoot off the bounce rather than trying to attack all the time. Ivy's more of a point. Or a hybrid.
It's going to be interesting to see what they decide to do with Ivy. I feel like there is a chance he gets dealt. The problem is I think teams are going to want to get him cheap because of him coming off the injury. They think they can get him at a bargain basement price, and I don't think the Pistons will be inclined to sell him for that. And as far as Harden's concerned, look, first of all, I think the guy's trade to Detroit wasn't as good as the guy's trade to Cleveland, or as what's being proposed out there for Cleveland. Second is, Harden comes with some challenges. I think the skill set would definitely be helpful, but he comes with some challenges.
Well, he's a shot volume kind of guy. He's averaging 17 shots a game. Cade Cunningham averages 19 a game, and then the next closest guy is like 11.
In fact, when you think about it, you're trading in one of the most user-friendly players in the league that is morphed and fits in with this locker room seamlessly in Tobias Harris for James and others for James Harden, who I question whether or not he would fit in at all.
I agree with half his call. I would trade Tobias Harris if the right deal came along, but I don't want James Harden, and I agree with that part of him. James Harden, offensive player, obviously can handle ball. That would help Cade a lot, but I don't mind taking a guy who can't play great defense. I do mind taking a guy who can't play any defense, and that's what James Harden is. And this team, it would hurt him because you got to rotate, and I don't think this guy's going to rotate at all. He's going to stand there, look around, lose his man, and that's going to upset the entire defensive, strategy that the Pistons have. So I would not take James Harden at all, personally. Now, I would trade Tobias Harris because he said he's the glue guy, and he has been. I feel like Tobias Harris is kind of, at this point, the Rick Carlisle of this team. That he's gotten them this far. He's gotten them to mature, be professionals, taught them how to win, play defense, all that stuff. Now, if we can upgrade and get us over that hump to win the title, I think you have to make that move if it's there. I'm not trading him just to trade him. I like the guy. He obviously brings a lot to the team, but if you can get better, you're going to have to get better. And he was right. The call is right. He was guarding Cat because they didn't have anybody else. Stewart was hurt, and Cat was actually playing very well. It's not like Tobias Harris was stopping Cat. He had to guard him because that's what he's asked to do. He's a smaller size 4.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson on 97.1. I'll make sure we dedicate the entire second half of the show to talking about Bob Kraft not getting into the NFL Hall of Fame. It appears to be worthy of that kind of discussion. I hate seeing Boston getting left out on something. It just is such a shame.
Wow.
Let's make sure that we give that its due time. Let's also make sure everybody understands we are not talking about Bob Kraft in the second half of the show. I just got sick of it this morning already. Who cares if some owner didn't get into the Pro Football Hall of Fame? A Pro Football Hall of Fame where they limit how many people from each category can get in. So it's already kind of weird to begin with. Because that certainly would hamper any selection process. So let's not freak out if somebody has to wait a year. Ooh. What a terrible injustice to make somebody from Boston wait a year.
Yeah. All right.
I've had it with Boston sports.
Have.
I have. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Fred next on 97.1. Hi, Fred. Fred, are you there?
Fred.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, boys. I just want to know what you guys think about the Wings and the trade deadline. Like, there's a lot of guys out there that could really help this team, like Elias Pettersson from Vancouver, Artemi Panarin, but they're going to come with a hefty price. I just want to know what you guys think would be a really good pickup at the trade deadline.
Well, I think I'd look at defense first and foremost, and try to find someone on the blue line that's going to help this team out. I think the idea of looking at St. Louis and picking up maybe Justin Falk, if that's a possibility. I like him. And the other guy I like is with Winnipeg.
Dougie Hamilton, too.
Dougie Hamilton wasn't the name I was going to go with, but what's the guy's name? Josh Morrissey, defenseman with Winnipeg. Those are the two that I look at.
A hefty price.
It might, yeah, but you know what? The Red Wings have assets to give up that could land you that player. So, I mean, now's the time, I feel, that to strike and make this team even better. I mean, what's the price? Nate Danielson, who you don't see play right now?
Yeah, I move off Nate Danielson easily. If you can get, how about you call up St. Louis and you go in one fell swoop, get Robert Thomas and Justin Falk.
And Thomas is hurt right now, but
Jordan Kyrou is also looking to get traded at the deadline too.
Yeah,
he's also a stud.
So what would you do?
I would honestly maybe a teeny bit of grabs, I would say, but I would save up for like a Jason Robertson in the offseason.
Well, yeah, I mean, that would be an elite move. Obviously not a trade deadline move, but yeah.
But that would have some sort of effect on what you would do with the trade deadline, right? Because if you want to save up for a free agent in the offseason, then you'd be more inclined to take an expiring contract, take a player who will be a free agent.
Which doesn't seem to be in their cards.
Which does not seem to be the MO of Steve Yzerman and the Red Wings. I think that there are players that absolutely eye in the future to try to get in free agency.
I mean, every team that's looking, who wouldn't want Jason Robertson? Yeah, that would be a great move. 248-539-9797. Jay is in Oak Park at next. Hello, Jay.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
Let me get you on speaker.
Always good.
I think if the Pistons, I was going to speak on the Pistons.
Yep.
I think the Pistons are in a great shape. But what do you guys think about this? If they don't make a move, maybe bring Tobias off the bench and trade him and start Javonte Green. That way you still got a solid presence coming off the bench and Tobias Harris, a secondary scorer.
Why?
What do you guys think about that?
I don't know why you do that.
Why would I change anything that's working right now?
Say that again?
Why would I change what's working now internally with this team? Why would I say, Tobias, you're going to go to the bench and bring on Javonte Green? Huh?
Well, you need another scorer, and then coming off the bench, he'll give you that solid score. Somebody that you can go to in a pinch. Coming off the bench, you don't really have a guy like that.
You're not really
Javonte
adding.
Green
You realize you're not
very good.
You're not
I'm just
adding
saying if
a
they
score.
don't make a move.
Okay, but
I'm just saying if they don't make a move.
Yeah, I don't know that you're adding a score that way. You're just changing their roles.
Right.
And right now, technically, Tobias averages more points per minute than Javonte Green.
Okay. It's just a thought.
All right.
Am I wrong here? Is he just?
Well, I think your antenna's always up when you hear Javonte Green.
No, my antenna's up when he says, well, they're lacking a scorer, so put Javonte in the lineup, and then you can bring a scorer off the bench. By taking him out of the starting lineup? I mean, what are we talking about here?
I don't know what we're talking about.
Look, if they're going to have an in-house solution as far as adding scoring, there are possibilities. Jaden Ivey could give them more. That could happen. Danis Jenkins is a wild card that could be relied on more. We'll see. He spent the better part of a few weeks running around like he was the next coming of Allen Iverson. His role has changed since the Pistons got healthy. And I always look at guys that have more to give. Asar Thompson, Ronald Holland. Could they help out? And in the back of my mind, I'm kind of like what I've seen a little bit here and there from Chaz Lanier. Now, none of these guys, these are all, if I can't add a score at the trade deadline, if the trade just doesn't work out, is there a possible in-house solution? There is a possible in-house solution. But nothing that would be plan A. Those are all Plan B moves.
I think the in-house solution that is most likely to click at some point, I think, is Jaden Ivey.
Yeah.
If they do nothing and give Ivey more minutes, and Ivey gets more and more comfortable out there, then I think that his production will increase and it could increase dramatically. Now, it's an interesting game to play if that's what you want to do, and then forego a trade because you think you've got the solution in-house. I'm not sure I would do that. But I think if there's someone that's likely to come off the bench and all of a sudden become somebody that's more reliable, I think Ivey's the guy, but he hasn't shown it yet.
Yeah, if you're not going to do anything with this team, like as far as the trade deadline goes, you don't really change anything. They're first in the East. You just leave it the same, and you hope the guys continue to get better. Like you guys mentioned, Jaden Ivey, we all know and think and hope that he has more room to grow and more room, more to give to the team. But yeah, if you keep the team the same, you stay with what's working. The question you got to ask yourself is, do you think this current team, the way it is, the way they're playing, does it translate into playoffs and they win a championship? For me, I don't think you can win a championship this way. I think at some point during the playoffs, you're going to need a second guy who can create his own shot besides Cade Cunningham. Because Jalen Duren can score, but it's basically off of Cade Cunningham. That's why people are talking about three-point shooting and Michael Porter Jr., a guy can score in a handful without anybody else's help. But yeah, otherwise, Jaden Ivey, if they don't make a move, he's going to be the guy who's going to have to, somebody's going to have to step up and score more. But there's a reason why he hasn't done it so far. It's a combination of Jenkins playing so well and Ivey not being up to par.
Let's go to T next on 97.1. Hi, T.
Hey, man, how y'all doing? Man?
We're good.
Listen, man, I fell in love with a whole lot of Piston players we had to leave. Kelly Tribuca, even when we got Adrian Datley and we traded for, I don't want to fall in love with a player no more. I love Tobias. But if there's a move to be made, they have to make it, okay? And I'm just telling you, tomorrow is not promised, okay? And I'm just saying, I think there's guys out there. Gerald Jackson would be perfect, okay? And the low ball thing is the kid from, I don't know what's going on with Mo Wagner, but Mo Wagner still would be something cheap with Ivory that he would fit in the offense and score. Mo Wagner still can shoot. I love the kid. And I'm a Michigan State guy.
Why would they give him up?
Who talking about Mo Wagner?
Yeah,
I'm talking about in the trade. If that's a move that I would be looking at, because I think he's coming off the bench, and he ain't starting like his brother, but he's still 6'11". He can shoot. Okay, and he'll fit good in our offense.
Well, he's also been hurt.
He's been hurt.
Well, that's what I was saying. But Ivy, if we were talking about Doug earlier, you said they might be asking a whole lot because Ivory.
You think you might be able to get him cheap? Okay. Maybe I don't know. Orlando really liked their young core. They're obviously not having the success they thought they would. Wagner's been hurt.
What does he give you?
Well, he has given you shooting.
Well,
but
he's a 32% 3-point shooter in his career. He's a big guy who doesn't rebound. He's averaging less than 4 rebounds, about 4 rebounds a game in his career. Why would we want to add Mo Wagner?
I guess I thought he was a better shooter than that. And, looking back at his career, has he had better seasons than that? Am I wrong?
He had a season. I
haven't given Mo Wagner much thought, to be honest with you, but I know that they love their young core and they're disappointed in their season. So maybe they look for a reset with some guys. But again, was he talking about trading Ivy, an injured player that is underperforming, for Mo Wagner, an injured player that is underperforming?
I think so. There's a lot to try to.
That is a secondary move, though. I do like moves that don't cut into the core, and I am not in favor of trading Tobias. Unless I could be moved out that position, but I'm not actively trying to. I'm not shopping him around. 248, which it doesn't appear the Pistons are either. 248-539-9797. Coming up next hour, it is another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Still got texts coming in on both the Red Wings and the Pistons. So we will get to those if you send them in. Got some Lions stuff we'll kick around, including quotes from the quarterback about the new OC. So Jared Goff speaking about Drew Petzing. You'll hear hear what he had to say in the noon hour right here on Karsch and Anderson. Just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show and all the shows here on 97.1 anywhere in the United States. Also streaming with video. Go to twitch.tv and youtube.com. I'll participate in a streaming chat on both of those sites. We will occasionally read what people post there. So other ways taking the show, and also 971theticket.com. That's a way to stream the show as well. That's audio, not video. Check them all out. Follow us on Twitter at Doug and Gator 971. It's Karsch and Anderson on 97.1. Sam Bernstein Law has been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. In this state, respect is earned, not given. They spent 5 decades earning yours by fighting for what's right. Get the Bernstein advantage. Call 1-800-CALL-SAM. Anthony in Ann Arbor writes in, the Wings need a player who's better than Dylan Larkin on and off the ice. Larkin is a good player, but as long as he is the best player and leader of the team, the Wings aren't winning anything. Larkin isn't an alpha dog. He is a Robin, and the Wings need to get a Batman. I don't think anybody would be against getting a better player than Dylan Larkin. Do I think that you perhaps undervalue Dylan Larkin? Perhaps. But nobody would be mad if the Wings were able to get a better leader and player than Dylan Larkin. Question is, how do you do that?
I think they already have one. A better player anyway. I don't know if he's a better leader or not, but I think Lucas Raymond is the best player on this team.
Yeah.
Dylan Larkin's a very good player on this team. But, I mean, if you're going to say get another player like that or better than that, sure, sounds great. Not at the expense of losing Dylan Larkin, if that's what you're implying.
Yeah, hey, awesome. How do we accomplish said plan? What's the plan here? How are we making this work? That's my question. James Harden's a kiss of death for any championship, so I hope Cleveland does get him. That's from an unnamed texter. Steve at work says, why trade what's working? It doesn't make sense. Well, you have to decide, working in the regular season, is it going to work in the postseason, and is it going to win you an NBA championship? And this is going to sound weird, but do we even care if it wins you an NBA championship this year? When you have a young core, I mean, you don't mortgage the future when your future is so bright. I'm not 100% against it, but the one thing that still carries weight that's easy to give up in the NBA is draft picks. First-round draft picks. Teams like getting first-round draft picks, and I don't think people mind parting with first-round draft picks. They're lottery tickets anymore, really.
I saw some mock trades that different writers have put out there for Giannis.
Yeah.
You talk about not caring about first-round picks.
Yeah.
Some of these trades ended up with what the Bucks would get in return would be a couple players of note, right? But then it was like 7 first-round picks.
Yeah.
It just doesn't matter in the NBA.
Yeah, you're giving away every other first-round pick, and then you're including pick swaps in between. I mean, it's crazy.
I wonder, though, if the trend is going to change quickly because of NIL in college basketball and having players stay longer because they get paid.
Yep.
That now
become more of a sure thing.
Is the draft actually deeper now because, you know, the guys that you would only take in the first round would typically be freshmen or 19-year-olds or whatever playing internationally. And then you would maybe take chances on some other players later in the first round. But now because the guys are sticking around, you know what you got. Is that going to make it a deeper draft and then those picks become valuable again?
I suspect that could happen, yes. That first-round picks, more time in college, more data on players, more seasoning in college, better return on the NBA. That's why the NIL thing has a positive for people who don't like it. I mean, the positive for as a sports fan, if you don't like NIL, keep in mind it's keeping players in college longer because they're making money by staying in college and they're getting more seasoned for the next level. So those teams get more prepared players. I like it. 248-539-9797. What else do we got here? Give me a good 3-point shooter at the deadline. Done. That's from an unnamed texter. Pistons need to make a move to win now without trading the future. I'm fine with moving Harris and or Ivy/LeVert, but everyone else in the core is staying. We need another knockdown shooter. Murphy's the perfect fit, but no idea if he'll actually be dealt. Nothing is promised in sports. If you have a chance to go for it, you do it. Okay, I don't know. Of course nothing is promised, but you know, you're talking about such a young core that they have a chance. Like this year, the first goal is to win a playoff series. If they can be the 1 seed, great. Win a playoff series, yep. I think it's reasonable to hope that this team has an Eastern Conference final ceiling because they aren't proven in the postseason yet. Now, that's why I'm in favor of a Klay Thompson trade. Veteran, been there, done that, can shoot it, still plays enough D. Like Klay Thompson, to me, if you can get him from Dallas, great pickup. And it shouldn't cost as much as some of the other deals we've seen rumored out there. So, but it's an unproven group in the postseason. and people want to add that final piece. Maybe I'm just too much of a victim of watching every Piston championship in my lifetime took steps. They moved up the ladder, and they eventually got to the top. And this team has barely started taking steps. They haven't won a playoff series yet, and people want to add a final piece to go for it because the future isn't promised. And I'm like,
well, different basketball today.
Yeah,
right?
you're always the first person to say, don't let the past dictate what you do right now.
Shut
in the
up,
present.
Kang.
Because it's the truth that the future's not, it's not gifted. It's not
No,
given.
it's not.
We don't know for sure. And I'm not saying they're not going to progress next year, but that's why when people say they're ahead of schedule, I'm like, what schedule are you looking at? Do you know something we don't know? Because schedules are definitive. And I don't know if there's anything definitive about the Pistons and the entire Eastern Conference. So I see what the Eastern Conference looks like right now, and it's gettable, man. It's gettable. They can win the East. And then the next step if you win the East, is win the whole damn thing. Let's do it.
Yeah, and if you could add that piece that makes you...
Yes. That's
You're,
why
you're taking on the demeanor of I'm just trying to win a championship guy. I
never said it.
You are.
I
No,
didn't say
you
it.
didn't. He came close, so didn't he?
I didn't say
Let's
it.
do it. I think this group is going to get so much better over the years.
Look,
What's
Doug,
wrong with that belief?
That's fine, but I'm just trying to win a championship as soon as I can.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
And that would
me
happen.
and Gator are trying to win championships.
Right. Here we go.
Well, I think what we all agree on is that we don't necessarily want to disrupt the core.
And trading like Tobias Harris and Jaden Ivey is not disrupting the core at all. At all. Now you might.
I don't want to give up Tobias.
Well, I mean, yeah. Then
I'm taking that. I've taken that
that's
position.
Fine.
If
That's
you're going to have the hard and fast rule with that, okay.
As I said earlier, barring some unbelievable deal that comes along. 248-539-9797. Gator, I can't find the report you had earlier, and I just wanted to mention this. Maybe I should wait to get it confirmed because I can't find it. So let me just hold off on that. My bad. My apologies. I can't believe how many people are against trading Tobias Harris. I don't dislike Tobias, but it's truly bizarre. He's a 33-year-old who's never performed in the playoffs. If he is a piece that gets you a Markkanen, Murphy, or Jackson, I'd look at it. I'd look at Holiday in Portland as a smaller move. Great defensive guard who can shoot the three and have playoff success. Next text. I'd rather stick a fork in my eye than watch James Harden in a Piston uniform. No defense, demands the ball for 23 seconds of every shot clock and go hunt a foul.
I'm not the biggest Harden fan, but I mean, I can't discount the fact that he would add scoring to this team, but I don't know if it would torpedo everything else that this team does well that's made them as good as they are. I don't love the idea of adding Harden.
No, I'm not a fan of
But adding somebody who's got the nickname Jimbo Slice is pretty attractive.
What else do we have here? I don't think there's enough talk about the job Tom McClellan has done with the mentality of this team and how he holds the guys more accountable than the previous staff. I believe this team is different than the last 3 years. It's funny you bring that up because during one of the commercial breaks, we started talking about how, you know what we don't get? We don't get calls complaining about McClellan or JB Bickerstaff.
No.
Like almost at all.
Yeah, I think when they made the change last year, the Red Wings, and got Tom McClellan here, it was like a no-nonsense approach. It was a total departure from what we saw with Newsy Lalonde. Newsy was a guy, it was his first head coaching gig that he had, and he was very affable with the media. People really say what a great guy he is. And then here comes Tom McClellan, and it's no nonsense. It's a gruff approach. He's not mean. He just tells it like it is and is very straightforward about it. And I think he's exactly the tough love kind of coach that this team needs without being a complete, jackass like other coaches they've had in the past. I think sometimes you just need a different approach. And I don't know if McClellan's style is one that says, oh, he's here for the next 10, 15 years as the coach. I doubt that's the case because it hasn't been with him. It seems like he's got a certain shelf life with a team, and then he moves on. But right now, in year 2, and it's like the first full year that he's had to work with the team, he's done a great job. He's done a great job. Unfortunately, it comes at a time when the East is so competitive that there's little margin for error, and he has to keep hammering that point home with this team, that there is little margin for error. You have to get every point that you possibly can to ensure that you make the postseason.
Okay, there is some breaking news today with a familiar name to American sports fans. Lindsey Vonn, who had a crash last week and was airlifted out. She officially has a ruptured ACL in her left knee, and she's still going to ski in the 2026 Olympics, which start later this week.
Yeah, apparently she's going to put a brace on it and give it a go.
Yep.
I don't ski, so I find this to be incredible.
I guess
if this is even possible.
Downhill, straight downhill is a lot different than slalom, but I still not sure how you do it. Like the slalom.
Well, there are turns. I mean, it's not straight downhill.
She has a lot to prove, guys. That's why she's doing it.
Interesting story. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. 971.
Pistons center Jalen Duren is heading to the 2026 NBA dunk contest in a few weeks. That report comes from ESPN Shams Charania today. Duren will be the first Piston to compete in the dunk contest in 10 years, as Andre Drummond last did it for Detroit in 2016. He'll be the fourth Piston ever to participate in the All-Star break festivity. Only Jackson Hayes of the Lakers and Carter Bryant of the Spurs have already been announced as participating in this year's contest with Duren. The dunk contest will take place on Saturday, February 14th at the Intuit Dome in Los Angeles. You can catch Duren right here on 97.1 tonight as the Pistons are set to face the Denver Nuggets from Little Caesars Arena. Duren will square off with three-time NBA MVP Nikola Jokic, who returned from a month-long injury just 2 games ago. Jokic played 29 minutes or less in both those games and will likely do the same tonight. For Detroit, Karis LeVert is listed as questionable with an illness. He's been out with that same illness for the last 7 games. Tonight's game tips off at 7 o'clock in downtown Detroit. Chris Villar will host the pregame show right here on 97.1 at 6:35. And the Tigers are getting ready to report to spring training in just a few days. Pitchers and catchers will report next Wednesday, the 11th. We're less than 3 weeks away from the Tigers' first spring training game on February 21st. Speaking of the Tigers, former Tiger Avisail Garcia, who played on the 2012 World Series runner-up team, retired from baseball yesterday as he made the announcement on Instagram. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, in the back half of this hour, we will have another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? And some quotes from Jared Goff regarding the new offensive coordinator, Drew Petzing. You'll hear that at 12:50, courtesy of the Detroit Free Press. I'm Doug Karsch. That's Scott Anderson. It's been plenty of Red Wings and Pistons talk to open up the show, as it should be. They've got the stage right here in early February. The Red Wings, they showed up last night. Fans showed up last night in Colorado, and they came out meaning business, scored on the first shift of the game, and made that goal basically stand up the entire game. There was some scoring opportunities for both teams. Nobody could break through. Empty netter finished it, but Marco Kasper from Lucas Raymond, and Gibson was good. Mo Seider played 1,000,000 minutes and looked good doing it. To go into the building of the best team in hockey and get that win, I think it was an important win. I think it was one that gave you more playoff credibility. I think it's one that gave you more credibility to be maybe a little bit more aggressive at the trade deadline. All that feels very justifiable now to me. Meanwhile, Pistons have a huge game tonight against the Nuggets, the best team in the East versus the third best team in the West. Denver's the second favorite to win it all, however, at plus 650. Detroit tied for fourth with San Antonio to win it all, plus 1,500. The Pistons won in a 2-point game against Denver last week, but Denver, of course, was playing without Nikola Jokic. He is back, averaging 29 a game. Does this game matter? Yeah, I think it does. As we get closer to the trade deadline, I am in favor of a trade, a secondary move that doesn't cut into the core, and the player that I want most is Klay Thompson. Gator, you and Kang are more okay with moving a bigger move and moving Tobias Harris. And look, I understand it. I worry about how much that would disrupt this team. There is a lot of go for it calls now and texts coming in, and we're getting a lot of the future's not promised. You're close. You got to go for it now. And I'm thinking this team hasn't proven anything yet. I'm wanting to see them get to an Eastern Conference final and see where their shortcomings truly are when the games matter the most. Now, could you bring back Tobias next year? You could at the right price. You certainly could at the right price. And he could be a part of this team whether you trade him or not. But I'm cool with adding a veteran presence, guy who's played in some big games, hit some big shots, play some defense. That's a move I want to see, a 3-and-D guy.
Yeah, I'd like to add a 3-and-D guy, but I don't even think I don't even know if it's necessary to add anything to this team. I think it certainly would help your case. If you can do it, you probably go ahead and make moves. But this team they're where they're at for a reason. They're playing so well together, and there's a case to be made for not doing anything at this point in time. But if you're going to do something, I don't want to touch the core of players. And the core of players is basically Asar Thompson, Ron Holland, Cade Cunningham, Jalen Duren, and Isaiah Stewart. That's effectively the core. So I didn't include Tobias because Tobias is a free agent at the end of the year, and you expect that they're not going to sign him to come back to a multi-year contract. So then he would become expendable. I really like Jaden Ivey, and I still think he has a high ceiling, but he's struggling right now to regain any kind of form that we've seen in the past. I'm hopeful that he can get there, but the deadline's 2 days away, man, and you're not going to all of a sudden light it up tonight for 45 points. And
Why
say,
not?
Oh, that's the guy who's going to stick around. So does he become expendable? They've got a little bit of a redundancy with some of the players that come off the bench, and they've got draft picks that nobody really cares about. So there are moves to be made that would be a lesser move. And does any of that, can that get you Klay Thompson? I'm intrigued by your Klay Thompson call.
Yeah.
And I think we all agree, yeah, if you can add that, that's great. Now, you're not getting the player that was, killing it 10 years ago, but you're still getting a guy who can knock down the three-point shot. He's got length, and he plays some defense, and has the championship pedigree that I think would be welcome for this team.
248-539-9797. There are reports out of Dallas that the Mavericks are listening to offers regarding Klay Thompson. The Pistons described an insider story today on The Athletic as being opportunistic but not aggressive. Red Wings also thinking about trades and what they can do. So we'll take both phone calls on Red Wings and Pistons, but of course it's open line, so anything on your mind, fair game. Let's get back to the people. We go to Brandon next on 97.1. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Good.
All right.
So, real quick, when I was a kid, I used to love watching the dunk contest, like Vince Carter. When I was at the store today and I saw the thing that said Jalen Duren was going to be in it, and I said, cool. That's cool. We have a hat in the ring to get to see somebody. Like, I know the dunk contest isn't what it used to be, but to your guys' point, I feel like a lot of the teams, like the Bad Boys, like they all came together as a team, going to work Pistons. They all had a part. And it seems like this team, everybody has a part, and like you could trade somebody to try to get another part, but you don't know if it's going to work as good as the other one. But it seems like everybody has a role right now, and they're all doing great at that. So if we get somebody, whether we need it or not, is it going to mess up that chemistry?
It's a valid question. I mean, you don't know what a player's going to bring to your locker room till he's actually in your locker room for a while. And it feels like this group is squeezing the most out of what they have. And if you upset the chemistry, it could have a negative impact. Now, you also, if you're good at your job as a GM, you're able to project what players are going to be in your locker room. You're able to have full scouting reports on whether that professional is going to fit in with our group of professionals that are currently in the locker room. That's part of the job. Because if you just start collecting talent it without paying any attention to any of that, you could have a dysfunctional team. So
remember, like back when the Going to Work Pistons, I mean, everybody had their role, and I know charity responsibilities for Allen Iverson was a big thing, but trying to get a key player isn't always the best answer.
Yeah, I don't know if that is an example that necessarily applies. That was an end of the run, and they were trading for an expiring contract. But yes, players and their professionalism matters. And this is, look, the Pistons are so gratifying in terms of the return. Excuse me, I'm fighting a cold today. The return on their roster, they're getting a great return on this roster. They're getting a great return out of the draft. It's been so damn gratifying. I think it's okay to want to see what this group is in the postseason before they start making major additions. That's why I'm in favor of a minor addition.
Well, and it might just be a minor move that they make. And you can make those moves all day long. You can find those guys all day long.
One would think.
So I do think they're going to do something. And the deadline is ticking away here in 2 days.
Corey is next on 97.1. Hi, Corey.
Good afternoon. How you guys doing today?
All right, Corey.
I had a couple of interesting trade ideas that I kind of read up on earlier today. I heard that there may be information about Gary Trent Jr. from Milwaukee. He's on a minimum contract. He's a 3-point shooter. He gives you basically 37% from three. And he's basically a 3-and-D guy that you guys were just talking about. And then I also thought about maybe also someone like a Kobe White from the Bulls. I think the Pistons really need another ball handler to kind of like take the pressure off Cade, so that way it makes it easier for him to be able to get a blow on the floor while not being the primary ball handler all the time. And I think Kobe White has the ability to be a good secondary scorer as well. And I don't think you would have to give up a lot to get either one of those guys.
I'm not sure on Kobe White. That feels to me, I mean, like you'd probably have to give up. I think you'd have to give up something substantial to get Kobe White. Maybe I'm wrong on that.
Well, I mean, he's a guy who's averaged like 19 points a game for the last 3 years.
And how old is he?
He's 25.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not quite sure why they'd be wanting to move on from him.
He'll turn 26 in 2 weeks.
Yeah, every article I've read, like 2 or 3 articles over the last couple of days, his name is definitely being shopped.
Is that right? That surprises me. That surprises me. I wouldn't expect him to be moved.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about if I'm doing this show in Chicago, I would not be in favor of moving off him, a 25-year-old that's scoring at that clip.
Because they're going to have to pay him. I think it's an expiring contract, if I'm not mistaken.
Exactly. And that's what I was thinking as well. And worst coming to worst, he still fits the Pistons timeline. He's another young piece that could add to your core, and depending on who you chose to move, even if you wanted to move a quote-unquote first-round pick, which I'm not saying that they should, but that is something that could be on the table, but I'm not promoting it.
That is interesting. So if they've got a guy that they don't want to sign long-term in the offseason, so they're going to try to see what they can get for him. But if you're the Pistons, what do you offer? Picks?
Yeah, and I'm not sure that gets it done. I mean, if I'm in Chicago, I don't want a Piston pick. I don't want to pick late first round for a guy that's playing that well.
Well, if he's playing that well, then you should want to
resign him, which is what I would do. But to be clear, I'm not don't have intimate knowledge of Chicago's cap situation. Gary Trent Jr., I think, would be probably more realistic of the 2 names you brought up.
He's not shooting all that well this year.
No, it's not what the caller said.
Well, he's shooting 35%, I think, from 3.
Well, I mean, that's decent. But
that's not, I mean, decent, yeah, but not good. And do I need to add that? I mean, is that the same thing as what I already have?
Well, I mean, it's just another Duncan Robinson kind of guy. So
He doesn't shoot as well as Duncan, does he?
No, but I mean, Duncan's not like at 40% himself either.
He's at 39.3.
That's pretty good. Daryl is next on 97.1. Hi, Daryl.
How you guys doing?
What's up?
Hey, I've been listening to these guys. You know, I'm the guy from last week, the passionate fan guy. And I'm just wondering, why are Detroit so insistent on messing up a good thing? The guys keep winning. They're fun to watch, but that's not good enough. They want miracles. All they got to do is sit back and watch. You got guys talking about Harden. Harden will mess up the offensive flow. He would slow it down to a turtle's beat, and they won't be anything. Then you got guys talking about benching the power forward to substitute for a shooting guard. What is wrong with these people? There's nothing wrong with the product.
Well, the question is, no, there's nothing wrong with the product. I think people are trying to tinker and make the product better. Yeah, I'm not interested in Harden, and I'm not interested in that. That was a weird call. You don't have scoring, so put Tobias on the bench so you can provide scoring off the bench. I thought that was kind of strange, but look, I think there's anxiety to make a trade. That's what I think about part of this is. Are you going to eat that 1235? Goff speaks on Drew Petzing at 1250. Hey, is your credit card settlement looking a little festive? It's time to make your money work for you again. With the UMCU Visa Platinum Cash Rewards Card, you can move these high-interest balances over with no transfer fees and 0 APR for 6 months. We even earn 1.1% cash back on every grocery run and gas fill-up. Get ahead and stay ahead. Visit umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA. The car, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ed next on 97.1. Hello, Ed. Ed, are you there?
Eddie.
Ed. I'll put Ed on hold and see if we can reconnect with Ed. In the meantime, Gator, the trade rumors regarding the Pistons, well, according to The Athletic, they're not expected to be particularly aggressive, but they are going to be opportunistic, which is kind of a weird way of putting it. Sounds like they're, according to league sources, the Pistons are not engaged in any discussions involving Tobias Harris. That was a story that was posted this morning around 7 a.m. They are open to dealing Jaden Ivey if a deal presents itself. The Pistons would explore it. Quote, that's a quote. They did have interest in Keon Ellis, a 3-and-D guard who was sent to Cleveland from Sacramento. Given Detroit's position atop the East, the possibility of seeking to just improve along the margins is realistic, especially considering the financial flexibility the team is looking to maintain this offseason. So why are they looking to maintain financial flexibility this offseason? Is it simply to re-sign their own guys? Or do you think they're going out of house? They have till July. I think it's July 1st to use a mid-level exception.
I think they're looking to keep their guys. I mean, there's no question they're going to re-sign Jalen Duren.
Yeah.
Now, Ivy might be another story, but we'll see.
So that's kind of latest to what's going on with the Pistons. In the meantime, the Red Wings coming off that win last night. Panarin rumors are out there. Elliot Friedman said he doubted it would be Detroit today. What's going on with Steven Stamkos? We brought that up last week. It was met sort of lukewarm response from the fan base. You hear anything there?
Just he's on a tear lately. He's been great for Nashville as of late. So I don't know if that would mean that he's more marketable, or if it's just something that they're not, that the Preds aren't going to do, or if the price just gets up to be incredibly high at this point. But he's got 15 points since January started, and that includes 9 goals. So he's been on a little bit of a tear here. But Nashville's not playing all that special. So I guess it's something do you revisit the talks of possibly adding Stamkos? Another forward. Obviously, he's got a pedigree of playoffs and all that.
Well, given the given the history, Steve Yzerman and Steven Stamkos, it feels like that's something that would be a bit of a natural fit, if you will. But again, I can't imagine that would cost too much.
I don't know.
I wouldn't pay too much, I guess.
Well, there you go.
Say. Yeah, that's a better way to put it. More accurate way to put it.
Yeah, I think it's a forward. Defense is where I would put my resources to improving, not necessarily forward. And if you can go ahead and do that, I mean, you're talking Stamkos is still an $8 million cap hit for the next couple of seasons. I really like the idea of Robert Thomas from St. Louis, even though he just had a procedure on his leg, but he's supposed to be back sooner than later. With that, it's not like he's out for the year. I think out for a few weeks is all that they're talking about. And if there's some way to swing a deal to get the defenseman from there as well,
that would be a big deal
in St. Louis. That would be a pretty big deal if you could do that.
Yeah, you'd be talking about quite a bit going the other direction, I would imagine.
And that would be Justin Falk as the defenseman from St. Louis. But you've got the capital to do it. That's the thing with the Red Wings, is that they don't need to be afraid. It's a good hockey team, and it's a good hockey team that has cap space to take on. You've got certainly positions you could upgrade on the roster, and if you wanted to make a bold move on the blue line to add a top 4 defender, which moves one of your second pairing down to the third, it just improves the team. If you can add a forward to go into the top 6, I mean, that's not easy to do, but they can, and that would knock one of those guys down a peg too, which just improves the team through the entire roster. I like the idea of it, and the time is now because you've got
prospects that I think that other teams would covet because they're ready to play. Right? Nate Danielson's ready to play in the NHL, but he's not playing with them not with the Red Wings right now. He's got a little taste of it, but he's ready to play in the NHL. Brandzik Nygaard could be the same situation. They've got two goaltenders, at least two goaltenders they could trade that would have pretty good value. And Trey Augustine, who's playing at Michigan State, is outstanding, and Sebastian Cossa has been phenomenal at Grand Rapids this year. So they have all of this in addition to draft picks. So it's not like they don't have the arsenal and assets to deal with to make some kind of big move happen. Now, do they need to make a monster move? They don't have to make a monster move. But making a move to improve this team is and should be in the offing.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Jake is next on 97.1. Hi, Jake.
Hey, Doug. How's it going? Props to you for trenching through this cold here.
Thank you.
He's a warrior.
Yes. I'm calling regarding Steven Stamkos. I don't know if you guys seen Barry Trotz step down. I'm not sure if they found a replacement yet. Is that going to have any impact on what they do at the trade deadline?
That's a good point. He was the GM and president of the team, and I would imagine that it might have some impact, but if a right trade comes along, you have to listen to him. I mean, you still have to do what's right for the organization, and they have other people there that are, were his assistants and whatnot. So I would still think that
so it's going to essentially come down to the scouts and the advisors and whatnot, probably.
Yeah, you don't know how. I just did a quick.
day.
Yeah, I just did a quick Google search. That's hard to know. They don't expect to have a new GM anytime soon. In fact, their owner said he aims to have a new GM in place by the draft. That's in June.
It's a ways away.
Yep. So that could impact things. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, another edition. Are you going to eat that? Coming up a little bit later on. Also some Lions talk. We'll mix that in as well. Scott writes in, I'm glad the guy mentioned McClellan. He's absolutely lit a fire under this team. A lot like Dan Campbell. They lay an egg the other day, and they come back strong from that. Yeah, we for people who missed it, we took a call last hour. Somebody or maybe it was a text. I think it was a text regarding McClellan. And he's right. The person sent it is right. We don't get any complaints about him, and that was a big win last night. It wasn't a, hey, they're winning the cup win. It was a, hey, maybe they're looking more credible, right? Looking more credible as a playoff team. I like to say you change your mentality when you start looking at the teams in front of you can reel in and less looking at, hey, we're going to fend off this team that's trying to chase us.
Well, last night's game checked off important boxes. How are they going to respond to getting shut out and embarrassed 5-0 at home to the very same team? Well, they responded by shutting out that team on the road, 2-0. How are they going to respond to, no goals? Can they score? Well, they scored 30 seconds into the game. They didn't score again until there was, a minute and a half left, and they got the empty netter. But nonetheless, they scored right away to answer that, to at least get off the schneid of that.
Came out flying.
Yeah, there were still other things, the other boxes I want checked. I'd like more offense.
Of course.
I'd like the power play to start clicking, but again, you're going against the number one penalty kill in all of hockey. You've done that the last 2 games. And you haven't scored a goal. They haven't scored a power play goal, I think, now in 5 games, which is something that we haven't seen from a Red Wing team in years, that they've gone through that long of a drought. So they need to get the power play clicking again. And that could add more fuel to the fire, that this is why they need to add not only a defenseman, but someone to the top 6 forwards.
Tim's in Royal Oak and next on 97.1. Hi, Tim.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I'm glad you guys are still talking about the Wings.
Well, they earned it. What a big game last night, huh?
And you know what impressed me the most was their lockdown D. It reminded me of Jacques Demers' teams in the late 80s, where they didn't have all the talent, but they could keep teams down to like 2 goals scored against. Super impressed.
Yeah, those teams back in the 80s, they seemed to have, it was like the same defenseman. Every player that you'd throw at them was the same guy. Rick Zombo, Lee Norwood, they were all Yves Racine, just the same, similar type players. But I think if you went back, you'd realize that they did not give up 2 goals a game. They gave up more than that. But they also scored a lot more because they had more scoring power than you thought. I mean, Eisman was a stud back then too. But I liked the defensive effort last night. Getting back to that point, Mo Sider was incredible last night. Absolutely incredible. The guys in the broadcast mentioned it. We've heard John Morosi say it this morning with the morning show. That was Norris Trophy worthy defensive play from Moritz Sider. He was dogged in his determination to stick all over Nathan McKinnon. He played 27 minutes in the game. Sider was a key for the Red Wings last night as much as John Gibson was in stopping every puck that went at him.
97-1. I suspect that for you, the answer might be yes. Because you put it on your show sheet. Carlton Davis, Quandre Diggs, Jelani Tavai. All playing in the Super Bowl. You ask the question, does it hurt? Does it hurt?
A little bit.
Really?
Yeah, a little bit. Jelani Tavai is one that's like, what? How he's still in the league?
Right.
Getting it done? Damn it. They were able to unlock him. Carlton Davis, that one hurts a little bit. I felt bad for Carlton Davis because he was like hurt as a Lion. I thought he was good. And Quandre Diggs was like one of the first cast-offs that didn't need to be casted off. Like, that was Matt Patricia special. Get out, Like, oh, great, that was a good move. What did you just do? To the point where I thought I read that Diggs apparently was on the practice squad with Seattle, and the Lions wanted to sign him from the practice squad, and he said, "No, I'm good. I want to stay here."
Well, yeah, it doesn't bother me. Tavai was just so bad in Detroit. I remember when he got drafted, talking to some people in the organization, trying to sell me on how good he was going to be. And I'm like, he's just another Jordan Dizon, isn't he? And he's still in the league. Still in the league. So that's for what it's worth. Making plays for New England. And yeah, you're right. That one's a little weird.
Was he the one that had all the highlights were like, yeah, he's making a tackle, but they're all like 15 yards downfield?
That's exactly who he was.
Like, oh, that's a good tackle. It's a gain of 12.
Yeah. Which isn't always on him.
No,
yeah,
it's fair. No, not at all.
But
it's just like, this is odd. This is the highlight. The package that they're showing is him making all these tackles, but they're all so far downfield.
I just looked down on Twitch. Det313 says, I'll never forget the Tavai pick on TV. The desk was stunned. They had no highlights prepared for him. Lions did that a few times. Where you're like, wait, what? I guess maybe they still do a little bit. especially in the third round.
I just saw that one of those. Remember when they had the 3 second-round picks? One of those guys is now a secondary coach. He was just hired as a secondary coach. I forget which team did it, but Gerald Alexander.
Yeah.
Just
Safety?
Yeah. He was one of those 3 second-round picks they had, along with Drew Stanton and was it Alama Francis?
Was that who it was?
Kiko Alama Francis, yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly who was those, but I do remember being so excited for those 3 second-round picks. What a huge resource this is.
And then if you go back and look at that draft in the second round, it was a dog of a draft.
Was it?
Yeah, there was nothing there in the second round.
Took Stanton at 43, Kiko Alama Francis at 58, Gerald Alexander at 61. Now they also landed a Hall of Famer in that draft, and Calvin Johnson. You ready for another edition? Are you going to eat that?
Yes, I am.
Let's go. All right, here we go, Gator. So new menu items, new things you can get to eat and drink. Are you going to try them? And I will start with one that feels like it's right up your alley. Iron Maiden has teamed up with Lagunitas for a new Trooper beer. Not very descriptive, I will say that. I looked at 3 different websites. It's a West Coast IPA. The new brew marries Iron Maiden's 50-year legacy of musical innovation with Lagunitas' unmistakable adventurous brewing style, igniting a cultural coming together of 2 unstoppable legends. Hannah Dre, the CMO of Lagunitas Brewing Company, said, "Music drives us and craft defines us. Together they're inspired in a new collectible beer shaped by Iron Maiden's spirit of adventure, wrapped in packaging and attitude that are unmistakably Eddie and unmistakably Lagunitas." I did find that it has a 6.6 ABV.
All right, so this is interesting because I don't want to drink it, but would I buy it for a collection? Yeah, because I love Iron Maiden, and Eddie is the iconic representation of Iron Maiden. It's like the skull or the skeleton-like character. So Iron Maiden's had beer for years that they've sold, and as you know, I'm not an IPA guy, so I would buy it, but I wouldn't drink it.
Can you?
Yeah, I thought you would buy this. I'm looking at the beer, the bottles and the cans. They look pretty cool. I'm the guy, Doug, that goes to the craft beer place, looks up and down the menu and says, "Do you have a Miller Lite?"
Yep.
Because for that reason alone, I'm out, dog. I'm not going to buy this. I'm not going to drink.
Yeah, I'm
this.
not an IPA guy, so this is an easy no.
And you're not an Iron Maiden guy.
Yeah.
Nope. Kentucky Fried Chicken just dropped a candy collab that feels wildly out of left field. Gator, the Colonel's favorite jelly beans.
Oh boy.
3 flavors include sweet corn, fried chicken, and gravy. They are meant to echo familiar tastes KFC fans already know. The Kentucky Fried Chicken jelly beans, Gator, are you going to eat that?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I don't understand this. Like, if I'm going to have a jelly bean, I want the jelly bean to have a sweet flavor to it, right? And corn is about as close as it's going to get. But corn flavor is not what I want. I enjoy corn. I enjoy corn flakes. I don't like corn flavor necessarily. I've told before the story of trying a corn whiskey, and I couldn't believe how awful it was. I don't want anything to do with that or a chicken-flavored jelly bean, a gravy-flavored jelly bean. What are we doing?
The corn, does it look just like a corn kernel, this jelly bean?
I don't know, dude.
Does it come in original and extra crispy, Doug?
There's no indication that it does or does not.
I mean, it just seems awful, right?
Listen, I don't know if this is going to be finger-licking good or not, but I would try it, Gator.
Whoa!
I would try it.
Wow.
Dude, I like me some Thanksgiving. That's the corn and gravy part right there. I like KFC. I mean, I'd try it. I don't have high hopes, though. I'll say that.
Yeah, I'll pass on this one.
Shocker.
Next up.
But you love poultry.
Yeah. This is
not in the form of a jelly bean.
And vegetables.
The other white meat candy form.
No. Next up, this has gone viral on Instagram. The Biscoff Greek yogurt cheesecake. Apparently what you do is you buy some Biscoff cookies.
Okay.
And you stick them in Greek yogurt like spokes in a wheel.
Okay.
You stick them straight down, spokes in a wheel. You put it in the fridge overnight. And when you take a bite of it the next day, it has a cheesecake flavor, and it's not quite as bad for you with the Greek yogurt. Gator, the Biscoff yogurt cheesecake. Are you going to eat it?
Yeah, I would. I don't mind Greek yogurt. Greek yogurt's it's a different kind of, texture and taste, and I don't mind it at all. And looking for a healthier alternative, sure. With these cookies, I imagine you leave it, have a chance for it to kind of infuse into the Greek yogurt a little bit. Yeah, I'd absolutely try this.
Can you?
So you said it makes it taste like cheesecake?
Tastes like cheesecake.
Because I hate Greek yogurt. I am not a Greek yogurt guy.
Okay.
But I love cheesecake. Do I give it a shot? Is this like my...
You do. Come on.
Better alternative.
Try it.
I'll try it.
Yeah, you gotta try it.
I'll try it. But if it won't taste like cheesecake, I'll be pissed.
Okay, I brought this up because we have done it in our household. And I was like, we got to do this for Are You Going to Eat That? I love this.
Wow.
I absolutely love it.
You like Greek yogurt, though, don't you?
I do like Greek yogurt. I don't love Greek yogurt. Greek yogurt is one of those things that I eat. All right, I need some breakfast.
Fuel.
Healthy.
But fuel.
Yeah.
But what does it taste like, Doug?
You put the Biscoff cookies in there, I swear to God, it totally gives you cheesecake vibes.
All right.
And it's cheap. It's easy. You put it in the fridge for 24 hours. You eat it the next day with a spoon. I think it's tremendous. I think it's the best dessert we've made in our household in a long time. I went and got some ginger snap cookies and put those in there. And that was as good. Then I laid some bananas on top. I'm working on all kinds of different things.
What?
Let me tell you, this is the greatest invention ever. Just stick cookies in Greek yogurt and let it sit overnight.
Hold on.
Ken and I both. Okay, let me try to.
Me and Gator got to talk.
So we need to ask his kids what they think of it, right? Because Doug,
They haven't had it yet. They're all out of the house.
Oh, you're going to
It's just my wife and I. Yes.
Your wife likes it.
Yes.
Does your wife normally like the crap that you eat? Sorry, the stuff that you eat.
Yes.
We need other opinions. You're right about that, Gator. And two, don't forget, he sold us on the fake Reese's. Said it was like the best candy, best dessert. Also
Fake
known
Reese's
as
was feces.
Yes. So just remember that.
I highly recommend this
So So I'm trying to figure this out. So do you just take the cookies and put them in the container?
Straight in, like you take the top off. You might need to get a little bit of Greek yogurt out there just because you start sticking cookies in and it can overflow. Right. But you stick them straight down like spokes in a wheel. And you go all the way around. You're like 8 cookies. And then you let it sit overnight. It's fantastic.
And then you take a slice out, if you will? Or?
Yeah, you just take a spoon because the cookies dissolve.
Oh,
essentially.
okay.
The cookies dissolve overnight, and you just scoop them right out. I'm scared to say trust me, but No,
because my head's going like he mentioned adding other stuff to it, like adding a blueberry topping to it. Now that sounds really good.
Mm-hmm.
Bananas, I do like the bananas.
You said you'd try it, right?
A little bit of cinnamon on there. Yeah, I would try this.
Well, I think you should give it a shot. You can come up with your own variation. Final thing here, M&M's has launched new edition bakery flavors. The one that intrigues me the most here, Gator, I can't wait to get your take on, is the M&M's lemon meringue pie flavor. Light and sugary marshmallow flavor. So light with an added zesty punch to the white chocolate sweetness that really works well together. The lemon meringue pie M&M's. Are you going to eat that?
I mean, I'd try it. It's an M&M. They're kind of harmless. Some are certainly better than others. I would try it.
It's weird lemon, though, huh?
I like lemon.
It's like, before you mentioned the white chocolate, I was like, is this like a Skittle? Like, it's not an M&M, it's a Skittle. And then you said white chocolate.
Yep.
I mean, it's candy. I'd try it. I don't know how good it's going to be.
Look, you're willing to try a jelly bean that tastes like gravy.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
I think you're going to try this.
I really like gravy.
Never been a fan of of lemon meringue pie.
No.
And the peanut butter M&Ms are just, to me, too good. And if I don't think it sounds better than my favorite in the category, I'm not going to try it.
No, Reese's Pieces are better than the peanut butter M&Ms.
Real ones.
Yeah.
I do wonder if anybody's tried this.
Feces.
Can anybody vouch for the Greek yogurt with the
Doug,
with the Biscoff
we've got some
cookies?
text.
Have we?
Yes.
Well, let's get to those next. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Turn up the heat this winter with DraftKings Casino. You can get cozy while you play more than 1,000 slots. Now, we're talking everything from classics like Cash Eruption to exclusives like Fire Buffalo. New players can wager $5 and get 500 spins over 10 days on your choice of Cash Eruption slots. Download the DraftKings Casino app and sign up with code WXYTFM. Then choose from 10 different Cash Eruption slots daily and start spinning. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Now, if you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, physically present in Michigan. Eligibility restrictions apply. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days. Valid for featured games only and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. It ends March 15th, 2026 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Okay, a few things here. One is on Twitch. Det313 says, whoa, hot take, Gator. Peanut butter M&Ms destroy Reese's Pieces. I'm in agreement with that.
No way.
Just saying.
It's all right. We can agree to disagree on this, but I mean, you're wrong. It's okay.
Here's feedback. First one is all caps. So Jared is shouting at us. Does not taste like cheesecake at all. Biscoff lied.
Oh.
Next text. Ryan working in Lake Orion. I've tried the Biscoff cheesecake. It is a must try. I'm on a carnivore diet. The only thing I cheat on is with sugar-free cheesecake pudding. It's absolute fire. That's from Steve in Amish country.
Done that. That's pretty good.
Careful, guys. This is fake Reese's all over again. That's from an unnamed texter.
That's the concern.
Next text. Gator, absolutely try the cheesecake hack. Top it off with some caramel sauce before putting it in the fridge. It's awesome.
Kind of defeats the purpose, but okay.
Doug, add some sugar-free Cool Whip to the Greek yogurt, and you will get even more of the whipped cheesecake texture and flavor. You're welcome.
Cool
Signed
Whip?
your taste buds. Yeah, Cool Whip.
More Cool Whip?
Cool Whip.
Yes, that's what we said. Cool Whip.
I have to agree with Doug. The triple cream Kabbat Greek yogurt with I don't know what that word is. Speculous? I don't know what.
Speculoos?
Yeah, what is that? I don't even know what that word means. Does he mean Biscoff cookies? Wife made it. It's delicious. I'm completely at a loss.
Those are cookies.
Speculoos?
Speculoos.
Okay. I've never seen them or heard. Oh, these are the ones with the windmills?
Trader Joe's, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, kind of same theory. They'll disintegrate in there. Helped if he capitalized speculoos, but I would have known it was a name for something. Nonetheless, Gator, it comes with my highest recommendation, but you've been warned. It's my recommendation.
I just want to see if I can look at a picture of this, the viral yogurt cheesecake hack.
It's Biscoff and Greek yogurt.
So
yes, the vanilla Greek yogurt's fine.
So you put them in like spokes, but what I'm seeing here is basically you can just break them up into pieces and put them into individual like cups.
Yeah, we just stick them right in the hole.
What?
The right in the entire Greek yogurt container. So that's, but do you see people that are putting them in cups?
Yeah, I just wonder if you could maximize this. They'd like take maybe a couple different bowls, put half in, and then you could add the cookies and add toppings. That way you
have
can
fun with them.
Do whatever you want. I think I might.
Yeah.
I think I might.
I think Kang's more skeptical than you are. I don't think Kang's going to try.
Well, because you like Greek yogurt, right, Gator?
I don't mind it.
Yeah, see, I really don't like it.
But I think the thing with Greek yogurt is it's like a blank canvas to add flavor to.
Not a blank canvas in my book.
Okay.
It's not a tasty canvas.
I will try it, and I will let you know.
All right.
You will value my opinion more than Doug's on this.
Yeah, you can tell me whether it
nothing
really
wrong with it.
That's okay.
tastes like cheesecake.
Yeah.
It's okay. All right, Jared Goff. We mentioned we get to this regarding the Cardinals offensive coordinator, or the Cardinals, Drew Petzing, who was brought in to be the Lions offensive coordinator. Story by the Birchie Kid on our website, 971theticket.com. Jared Goff watched a ton of Cardinals offense for the past few seasons, has gone back and forth with Drew Petzing since Petzing was hired last month as the Lions' new offensive coordinator. Been on the phone with him and have gone through some things. He's very smart, very bright, Goff told reporters Monday, can speak it, can say it, and understands what I'm talking about. Really excited. Through the Free Press, here are more quotes. I think the thing that really excites me the most is going to be his versatility. He's not tied to an offense. We're going to kind of run what we're best at and what we should be doing, which some of the stuff we've done the last few years, that's worked. And then I think he's got the right personality and demeanor and teaching ability, and most importantly, his intelligence and mental dexterity, for lack of a better word, to be able to kind of handle not only the complexities of what we're trying to do, but like getting the ball to the guys. That's the hardest part of the offense. We got so many mouths to feed, and being able to spread it around in an efficient way. So Goff did say that he was consulted during this hire. I want to find that a direct quote, make sure I got it right. But so glowing, I mean, we shouldn't be shocked here, right? Dan Campbell's not going to hire an OC without talking to Jared Goff a little bit about it, right?
Right. I would imagine that there has to be some sort of approval or at least an enthusiastic, yeah, no, this sounds great.
Mm-hmm.
I always bristle at this. Like, I want to be curious to see what was said a year ago
About John Morton.
about John Morton.
It's fair.
And, there was obviously familiarity with that a little bit. And what were they saying then? What's different now is that they have really, I feel like, with all the reporting that's been done on this, again, there haven't been a whole lot of comments from Dan Campbell or Brad Holmes, just a little snippet here and there. But it does seem like what they've said, that there's a distance now from the Dan Campbell offense, that it's people have said now, this is going to be, Petzing's offense, that he's going to do it. It's some of the stuff that he did in Arizona that we haven't seen here in Detroit, specifically with the run game. So it's and here's Jared Goff again saying this is his offense.
Yep.
So that to me is it's interesting how there's that separation, or at least they're trying to push for this. And no, this is something brand new. Now, whether it actually is remains to be seen. I would think you'd kind of be foolish to throw out the entire playbook.
Sure.
And maybe they're just saying this because they want to throw teams off the scent or whatever. I also find it unusual when you talk about, we're going to do the things that worked. I forget how he phrased it. But it makes it sound like, so you're running plays you knew you weren't going to be successful at. Then why run those plays?
You mean last year?
Yeah. I forget what the comment was exactly, or the quote that you had in there that he had that he said about that, about working with the plays from last year.
Let me go back and find it here. He's not tied to an offense. We're going to kind of run the stuff we're best at and what we should be doing, which some of the stuff we've done the last few years that's worked. And I think he's got the right personality, demeanor, and teaching ability, and most importantly, intelligence and mental dexterity, for lack of a better word, to be able to kind of handle not only complexities of what we're trying to do, but like getting the ball to the guys. That's the hardest part of our offense. We've got many mouths to feed, being able to spread it around in an efficient way. Is there any of that, what you were talking about?
Yeah, it was the first part of it.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's you would expect him to run plays that are successful.
Right.
To go with that. So we're not going to know anything until they start playing games.
Yeah.
About how different this actually looks. I think a lot of what he had to say is true. I mean, they do have a lot of mouths to feed because they have so many weapons on offense that you can go with. And to try to find that balance, whether it's within a drive or if that's within a quarter or a game or half a season, whatever it is, I think you have to be able to adapt and adjust.
Goff said he was in communication with Campbell and Holmes and others on the Lions staff as they went through the interview process with various candidates. He later called Petzing a home run hire. So there it is. Hey, John Morosi was on the morning show talking about some interesting stuff the Tigers are up to and not up to. That's next, 97.1.
The Pistons are getting ready to face the Denver Nuggets tonight at Little Caesars Arena. They will have their all-star duo on the floor tonight in Cade Cunningham and Jalen Duren, and they will also have an NBA dunk contest participant to be in Duren, who accepted an invite to the competition today, said Shams Charania of ESPN. The Pistons could be without Karis LeVert tonight, who's listed as questionable, but he just got upgraded to available moments ago. He's missed the last 7 games with an illness. For Denver, they have Nikola Jokic back, who did not play when the Pistons beat them 109-107 a week ago. The Nuggets will be without Aaron Gordon with a hamstring and possibly Christian Brown, who's listed as questionable with an ankle sprain. Tip-off from LCA at 7 o'clock tonight. The pregame show begins right here on 97.1 at 6:35. Tigers manager A.J. Hinch went on the Tiger Territory podcast today. When prompted about external roster additions, Hinch said you have to make the most with the cards you're dealt. Tigers pitchers and catchers report to Lakeland, Florida in 8 days. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so appropriate that we have some Tiger talk going into this hour. This morning, John Morosi was on to talk with the morning show. Some Tigers-related stuff. Tomorrow is the infamous Skubal arbitration case. I think in the eyes of the public, this feels to the public like cheap organization versus massive ego agent. The reality is it's an agent doing his job and the Tigers following the league's Labor Relations Board's recommendation as to what they should offer, because arbitration is not free agency. And so when people say you can't tell me he's not worth more than $19 million, well, until he hits free agency, when your player is under arbitration and club control, there are cost containment things in place so that the Pirates and the Rays, small market teams, mid-market teams, Minnesota, Detroit, they can compete with New York and LA up until that player hits free agency. Then they probably can't. So there's a reason why the league recommends totals and why teams typically follow them. But with that said, tomorrow's the day. And do you have any gut on how this is going to go?
I think it's going to go Skubal's way. I think that they have the stronger argument to make, given that he's a back-to-back Cy Young Award winner. I recognize these people are probably not baseball savants. The people, the 3-man panel or 3-woman panel have nothing to do with baseball.
The
arbiters, right. But when you can just flood them with all types of accolades and reasons why, I think it's a stronger case to be made for that than what the Tigers will have. Tigers' case will be based in history, but the problem is that the history it's almost ancient history. Like, okay, yeah, he could make him the highest paid pitcher in arbitration history, but it eclipses the previous high by whatever it is, $500,000 or $2 million, and that was 10 years ago. So I just don't think the case is in their favor. But I would love if the Tigers won it for several reasons. If the Tigers win it, it makes Boris look kind of foolish because he didn't negotiate to try to come somewhere closer to the middle, where apparently the Tigers were willing to go in the mid $20 million range, $25 million, but Boris didn't even call him back. So I'd like to throw it back in his face and have the Tigers win it. But more importantly, if the Tigers win, they go into this knowing that they may have to spend $32 million to have Skubal for the year. If the Tigers win, that saves them $13 million. Does that give them the impetus to go out and sign another pitcher, which makes all the sense in the world, someone like a Valdez or one of these other pitchers out of Giolito or whomever, to go spend the money there and add another arm to this rotation to go alongside Tarik Skubal for the year?
Well, it's kind of exactly what John Paul Morosi said, and here he is saying it. I got to tell you, this feels to me like the Tiger fans should be rooting for Skubal to lose a case. And I feel like most Tiger fans have his back based upon the feedback we get. Well, no matter how much we go over what arbitration really is in place to do, I think people think he should get paid and won't have a problem with it. But if they truly have any kind of budget and they're going to be more aggressive if they win the case.
Well, that's the thing. It sets up for revolts if the Tigers win the case and then don't spend the money.
It's not a revolt if they lose the case and don't spend the money because people want them to spend the money. I mean, honestly.
I guess so. But I mean, I'd love to have the assurance that they're going to go out there and get somebody else, bring somebody else on board and sign to, whether it's a 2-year or 3-year deal. You're going to lose Skubal and you know it. Yeah. You're not going to sign him to an extension. It's just, we all understand it. So if you get ahead of it then, right? Isn't that smart? Just get ahead of it. Go, because the pitchers that are still available in free agency, they're not going to get $30 million a year. So are they willing to sign a 2-year deal for $30 million or a 2-year $35 million deal? I think they would. So that means you get that extra year out of it, and it helps to compensate for the loss of Skubal.
All right, so here's more. Jim Costa mentioned he was surprised they didn't go after another bat aggressively this offseason, and John Morosi agreed. Well, that doesn't mean they can't go further. It feels like a bit of a missed opportunity, though. This whole offseason is feeling to me like a bit of a missed opportunity. Now, I like the bullpen a little better.
Yeah, it does feel like a missed opportunity. I'm not sure what they're going to do. I'd love to know what the grand plan is. I'd love to ask Scott Harris, is this playing out like you thought like you thought it would? You know, and what ultimately do you see this team looking like in 2 years?
What you're really counting on, probably more than anything, is Colt Keith is going to be better. Parker Meadows is going to be better. Like some guys who feel like that's what you're counting on. Guys who feel like they have more to give, or at one point in their career look like they have more to give. Can Riley Green cut down on the strikeouts? You know, what are the moves they make on the margins in terms of their own games that makes them better?
Because it's dangerous if you're expecting all of your prospects to hit.
Yeah, it is dangerous, and they have redundancy with a lot of prospects. You know, you can see
they have some,
middle infielders and corner infielder / catcher, first baseman / catcher types. But you know, so that's sort of the assurances they don't all need to hit for this next wave of players to help them. But we shall see. Let's go to your phone calls, 248-539-9797. Ryan, you're on 97.1. Hi, Ryan.
What's going on, y'all?
What's up?
So there's two things I kind of wanted to bring up, because I heard you guys mention about a lot of Tigers fans back in Skubal, and the reality is this guy winning back-to-back Cy Youngs, give him the truckload of money he's looking for, honestly, because doesn't the luxury tax come into play there? You know, if they don't have the money to spend to get another supporting role in the rotation, then why can't we spend the money to do that? I mean, it's not like these guys don't have it. You know, we just got to pay a little bit more than luxury tax. And maybe I just don't understand the luxury tax and how that comes into play. But in addition to that, if the Tigers organization were to give Skubal what he's asking for and avoid this arbitration, would that not go further when it's time to give him the truckload of money and keep him on the roster for 10, 15 years?
Keep Skubal on the roster for 10, 15 years?
I mean, this guy's slated to be one of the greats based on how he's playing ball.
I mean, look, I'm uncomfortable with 10 years. Based upon the way he has pitched, yes, he has been one of the greats. Chances are he's not going to go back-to-back Cy Youngs again. Chances are we just experienced the best 2 years in his career.
Okay, but those other guys that have gone back-to-back Cy Youngs twice over in their career, did they ever think that was going to happen? I mean, like, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, he might be.
He really
might
good.
be this. Yeah, and we all agree he's obviously really good. I think Doug's more right than wrong. The likelihood of him continuing on this path, it'd be hard to think that that's going to be where he's at 5 years from now. But is it where he's at 2 more years from now? It might still be.
Bro's talking about signing for 10 to 15 years. He's 29 years old. Yeah. I will say this. I think we'll really wish we had Skubal. We got him for 1 more year, and I think we'll really wish we had him for a few years after that. One thing you got to keep in mind is I don't care what happens and what you offer. Boris is going to take it to the Dodgers or the Yankees or the Mets and say, give me $1 more. He's going to.
Well, but at some point, those teams might say, we're not going to give you $1 more.
I mean, to think that the Tigers would make a offer and be able to afford an offer that is so unreasonable, the Dodgers with their sweet setup with Major League Baseball would say, we're not going to give you $1 more is probably not realistic.
I get that. But look at it from that standpoint. Let's try to look at it from a standpoint where the Tigers are actually willing to pay Tarik Skubal his market value.
I would like to see them pay him, make it, and they might have made an offer.
No, but
Boris wouldn't negotiate.
I'm saying let's look at that world and see what it looks like. If you're going to give Tarik Skubal his $50 million a year for 8 years or 9 years, whatever it is, okay, understand what that's going to look like. It's $50 million a year, and that right away that's huge on your payroll. But what does it look like 2 years from now? Well, Javi Baez is not on there. He's a free agent. So there goes $23 million from your payroll. Gleyber Torres is not on there. There goes $22 million off your payroll. Jack Flaherty is not on there. There goes $17.5 million off your payroll. Kenley Jansen is $11 million for this year, but he's off next year. Kyle Finnegan, $9.5 million off for next year. Drew Anderson is $7 million off for next year. All these big contracts are gone. So the only thing you have left is Tarik Skubal, and then
you got to start paying Riley Green and Spencer Torkelson.
But those guys aren't up until after the 29 season. So those guys, their contracts are going to get they're going to increase a little bit from year to year, but it's not like they're going to get paid $25 million a year next year. Or
I'm not. I want to make this clear. I'm not against signing Skubal, and I wish they could find a way to do it. I also think when you start talking about just offer him whatever he wants for 10 or 15 years, two things. One is that's way too long. And I swear, I don't believe that the Dodgers or the Yankees, they'd ever get to a point where they would say, we're out. That's one. Two is I don't want to pay the guy for what he has done. I want to pay him for what he's going to do.
I understand that, but it's also possible that if you make an offer that is like, oh my God, I didn't expect the Tigers to do that, that Skubal's like, well, I didn't expect it. I'll take it. I'd like it here in Detroit. Even though I could get another $1 million or $2 million a year from the Dodgers or Yankees, this means more. I
guess. I think when Boris is involved,
I don't think they're going to.
Yeah, and I don't think Boris will ever say take that deal. And I don't know.
I just want to present the other side of it because I think the reality is this team is going to have a minuscule payroll in a couple of seasons.
Well, and they're going to have to replace all those guys that fell off the roster. So. You hope you can do it from in-house, but
they haven't been replacing them with anything special over the last couple of years. It's always been,
elevate from underneath, then you bet. I guess once again back to the whole premise of this: you better be right about your prospects. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. I'll tell you one thing that just doesn't feel like a great plan with the Tigers is that is earmark money for Skubal, which I'm sure that they would have done. And look, they were apparently or reportedly trying to negotiate with Boris, just didn't return calls, which is a little bit, okay, why wouldn't you return calls? Because he wants the fight. He wants the arbitration. He wants to break the system. And it'll be very self-serving for him if they do, because it's trying to essentially force free agency before guys are free agents. However, the one thing, if you have money earmarked for Skubal and you don't spend it on somebody else when you lose them, that to me is, just unforgivable. You have to try and strengthen your team as much as possible. So if you budgeted $40 million or $35 million for Skubal over 5 years and he walks, take that money and make your baseball team better. What's your plan B? And your plan B should be on the open market, adding to the roster. And if it sucks losing Skubal, but just keep in mind, through Skubal's entire career, teams that didn't have Tarik Skubal won the World Series. So you try to become one of those teams. Now, with that said, here's
like
some...
the Dodgers?
Well, less the Dodgers. ESPN has their experts making predictions for the top prospects in the game for the coming season. And for their AL top prospect predictions, at the top of the list of the AL top prospects is Kevin McGonigal. And here is their prediction for this season for Kevin McGonigal. Tiger shortstop prospect Kevin McGonigal got a crash course at third base in the Arizona Fall League and in spring training. He'll continue to play on the left side of the infield. No matter where he plays, McGonigal will be a fixture in the Tigers' everyday lineup by mid-season and make an immediate impact. And on a lot of days, he'll remind A.J. Hinch of another player he once managed, Alex Bregman. The guy is really good at so many things: command of the strike zone, bat speed, base running. His triple slash line in the AFL hinted at greatness: 362, 500, and 710. That is from Buster Olney. Well, that would work.
Yeah.
I'd take that.
Look, there's a reason Kevin McGonigal's the number 2 rated prospect in all of baseball, and it's because he can hit. He can flat out hit. Finding the right position for him, whether it's shortstop or third base, I mean, both of those, actually, I'm kind of encouraged because I've read a lot of reports that say that he can play shortstop. Okay, great. He doesn't need to be this slick fielder. If he's gonna be this guy that just hits and ends up with an OPS over 800 and then in his peak years it's well over 900 or whatever, great. Then that's a stud. That's somebody you got, and good for you for identifying that and implementing it. But it's also a guy that has yet to play a single game at AAA.
Yep.
Was limited in what he played last year. So I have high hopes for him. We'll see how he does in spring training this year. If he looks physically more mature, if he looks like he's can't miss, ready to go, then he's got a chance to make the roster. I would be surprised if he made the roster out of spring training, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's called up early in the season because he's got the talent. But he's got to prove he can hit. And the same thing goes for Max Clark. Max Clark seems like he's just a half step behind McGonigal in his arrival to Major League Baseball. It's another guy who hasn't played at the AAA level yet, but these guys are the future, along with Bryce Rayner, who I don't know where he's gonna start next year because he only played like 20 games at Lakeland before he got hurt, diving back to first base. But he really made an impression on people, drawing walks, doesn't strike out a bunch, hits for power, and has that frame, and he looks years older than what he is. So, I mean, is he going to get a start at the high A ball next year, and is he going to matriculate quickly? They've got some really high-end prospects, but you just don't know what they're at until they get to the levels, and then you can project it better.
In the meantime, there is news that the Tigers will move away from Main Street Sports, which is the parent company of FanDuel. It's not clear yet what that means. I did do a little research just to make sure I knew this. Jason Benetti, the TV play-by-play voice, works for the Tigers organization, not for the network. So we can assume, I don't know if it's a safe assumption, that Benetti and Dirks and all the guys that cycled through there will stay with the TV broadcast wherever it lands.
That is my understanding.
Yep.
And Morosi tried to explain what that was going to what that could look like this morning. And it sounds like, for baseball anyway, that it's not going to be too different to figure out what it is. Like there'll be, if you have, let's say Comcast, for instance, that there'll be a dedicated channel locally for that. If you to just punch into your remote and there you have it. With smart TVs, if you have a streaming service, you'll be easily enough to find it. But it seems like it won't be that much more difficult than what it already is. It's just figuring out what the other channel is. But for Red Wings and Pistons, I don't know.
I guess, Kang, you saw today that the Red Wings and Pistons broadcasts are safe through the end of this year?
Yeah, that's what I read. So we shouldn't have that disrupted this regular season, at least.
Good. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Tim on a cell. Hi, Tim.
Hi. Thanks, guys, for taking the call. Your comment about using money that you would have used for paying Skubal being used for some other free agent players.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. I would have one caveat to that.
Okay.
I would not chase players who have the same agent as Skubal. This guy doesn't negotiate. I don't want to deal with him. I would avoid. I would tell players who are free agent, nope, can't look at you. And he might be the right player, but I would sacrifice that potential player being on our team and in the avoidance of that. And I would talk about it with the owners. I wouldn't try to create a conspiracy because that there's some.
Well, I mean, you're saying you're talking about other owners, and you are talking about collusion, and you can't do that. If you want to have a policy where you don't deal with Scott Boras clients because of Scott Boras, so be it. You can go ahead and have that stance, and that's fine
though?
to each their own. But
Tim's talking about something that kind of just happened, and that was Boras shopped around Alex Bregman. He signed with Boston last year, made sure there was an out after 1 year, immediately exercised the out, started shopping him around again. Boras' client went to the highest bidder in Chicago. Bregman was gone. Then Boras swooped into Boston and said, how about you sign my Ranger Suarez, when they were getting killed in the local media. And here comes Boras to the rescue with his another client that Boston signs. And I can sort of understand where Tim is coming from. You can't talk to other owners about it. And you don't want to have, look, they're building a reputation of being a cheap organization. And I hate to see it because I've been patient and talked about this stuff for a long time. But like trading Skubal now or spending the Skubal money on other players, if they're really waiting on this $13 million to find out what's going to happen while guys are getting snatched up elsewhere. I kind of wonder if they've got something in place with a Framber Valdez or something like that. They're just waiting for the outcome of this arbitration hearing. This just doesn't feel like a great way to do business. Like, should the $13 million really matter that much? Because even if you sign Skubal, even if you get Skubal, even if you lose the Skubal case and have to pay him $32 million, they still could use another arm, right?
Yes. Well, for this year, I don't know if they need necessarily another starting pitcher, but if they were to get one, it gives them more options of what to do with some of the other guys on the roster, like Melton, for instance.
Yeah,
it delays him from being a starter for another season. But I want to do it because I want to get ahead of next year. Because if I know I'm not going to have Skubal for next year, why not get one of these guys, Bassett
right
or Valdez or whoever, get them to a longer contract, more than 1 year, being longer, whether it's 2 or 3 years, so that when I don't have Skubal, I already have a replacement, even though it's not Skubal. It's somebody that's hopefully going to give you close to 200 innings.
One note, the Tiger Baseball will be on 97.1 The Ticket this year.
This is true.
That's something you can count on. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Today is National Take a Cruise Day. You've never done a cruise, is that right? Or you did one?
Did one when I was 19 years old.
Okay. And how'd you feel about it?
It was a great time because there were several families that went. So my brother and I with my parents, and then my best friend and his family went. A couple other families went, another good friend of mine. So for the kids, it was great. I mean, we're 19 years old, 20 years old, running around on a cruise ship, being able to do everything you're able to do. You're able to drink on a cruise ship. You're able to gamble. It was the first time I'd gambled legally.
Yeah.
That was fun. I didn't love the motion of the ocean necessarily. No. I didn't get seasick, but I didn't feel great. But the ports we went to some great places. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it quite a bit. I don't know if I would do another one. I think if I were to do another cruise, I'd want to do one of the Viking cruise ships going on the rivers in Europe. That appeals to me more than a giant cruise ship with whatever it is, 1,000 people on it. I'd rather get on a smaller boat to go through some rivers.
So I think the problem I would have with a cruise is the cruising. I think the ports.
You need stuff to do.
I want stuff to do. I think I personally think I'd get bored on the boat, and we're probably going to get flooded with people saying there's so much to do on the boat, and you might be right.
There is.
But I also feel like I hear more cruise horror stories than not.
Well, I think the cruise horror stories come from the COVID, right? Somebody got sick. You couldn't get off the boat. Then the whole boat got sick. People are throwing up all over the place.
Well, that's what makes headlines, though,
Yeah.
Doug. I just went on a cruise and it was fantastic. I've been on multiple cruises in my life.
Aren't there certain cruise companies that you really want to be with them and not others? I don't want to trash any
Yes,
cruise.
I'll say this. I'll say you generally in life get what you pay for.
Yeah.
Okay? So if something's a really, really good deal, there's probably some cons to it. I would say that. If something's really, really expensive, there's better be a lot of pros, right? So that's what I would say with that, Doug. We went on that Disney cruise, in December, and Disney's not cheap. My wife's good at finding deals, but still can cost. And it was great. The service was fantastic. It was a huge cruise ship. There was plenty of things to do on the boat, but I understand what you mean, Doug, being like quote unquote trapped on a boat, but they have like golf simulators. They have, obviously the pool.
But you're not really trapped because you're going to
You're
a
not.
different place
Yeah.
almost every day.
It
So
depends
you
on-
get
yeah.
off the boat for several hours and you can go to whatever
Doug,
island you're going
I
to
think
or whatever port city.
You have this thing with like Alaska. There's Alaskan cruises, all that stuff.
That was so in play for our 25th wedding anniversary was the British Open, going to England for 10 days and going to the British Open, an Alaskan cruise, which was under consideration. And then some things changed in the Karsh household financially, and we ended up just going out to Montana again, which felt like a bargain compared to the other two.
Now you know why Doug only bets $1 in each game.
That's not what
That's not
changed.
true, no.
What changed, just some bills to pay with the kids, but in-state versus out-of-state, you know. Anyway, long story short, it's I feel like I need to open up my mind a little bit, but I would have to. I also don't want to.
Well, you're not a chill and relaxed type of guy.
I
though,
struggle
on
with
vacation.
that. Yeah,
You know,
but I'm
you're
on
like,
vacation. What are we doing today? Like,
yeah.
I mean, Ken, you and I could have a great time on a cruise together.
Yeah, man.
The
We
food
relax.
is fantastic
Oh,
on a
nice.
cruise. It's nonstop.
There's
You-
restaurants, buffets, whatever you want.
You get everything all inclusive, so all the drinks are already paid for.
You
Whatever.
can do those packages,
That's
yeah.
fantastic. I like to hang out in the sun by a pool. That's great. Or if you're going to a port and if you're cruising somewhere in the Caribbean, you go to hang out on the beach. That's amazing.
We went to 2 private beaches. So, I mean, everything was catered on the islands that we went to. It was fantastic. But
stuff.
like I said, it depends on what airline, what cruise line, and where you're going, your destination, your ports, all that.
Is there like a cruise line that would cater to someone like me that would want to do something where I could like break a bone?
Break a bone?
Well, I mean, I'm like when you get into ports, they're like, all right, the mountain biking is going off this
yeah.
way. Yeah, like that's.
I did Segway. I did water skiing or jet skiing, not water skiing. There's all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, if you want to break a bone in another country,
Yeah.
what better place to do
Yeah,
it?
test out that third world healthcare.
Healthcare, yeah. So the Alaska one, it was interesting because the Alaska one that we narrowed down, I can't remember who it was. I was looking at all the ports of call. Is that what you call them? And what you can do. And they were like, okay, this one, there's an 8-hour hike. And I'm like, now we're talking. You go up the side of a mountain and you look down on the valley and blah, blah, blah. And that was like, this I could do. This I could vibe with. But I think if I were to do one, it would be an Alaskan cruise. But are those, so those horror stories.
hike.
Well, for everything. I mean, everything about the Alaska.
No, I mean, it looks, but the stuff that appeals to me about the Alaskan cruise, I don't think necessarily appeals to you. I think it does to you for a minute, and then you're like, okay, great. Which the scenery is spectacular. Like didn't Jimmy go on one? And he was showing us pictures a few years ago, and the pictures are unbelievable of the scenery. You get to you see some whale watching or whatever, and you got the mountains in the background, and hey, look, there's a group of bears mauling on on a salmon or whatever.
Okay, that's better. I thought you were going to go
Is that
more
Leo?
graphic.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
There's cruises for everyone, yeah, right? Gator Costa
Eagles.
went on that adult cruise, only cruise.
Right.
I mean, whatever you're into.
Your kids loved it though, right?
Oh yeah, because it was Disney. So I mean, there was like all the Disney characters around there, and for you, Doug, there was always like we knew when to be somewhere where we had to be. Dinner was planned. The character was here. Like we were regiments on certain parts. So
Yeah,
you like that
I
part.
kind of roll that way. Dennis, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Dennis.
Hey, how you doing, man?
What's
hey,
up?
Look, I sang on a cruise ship for back in early '90s on the Disney line, the Big Red Boat it was called back then. And out of a 22-month period, I was on that ship for 16 months.
Wow!
I gained 20 pounds, and they told me I had to quit getting suntans and eating so much. But it was a great time. We had all the Chip and Dale and Mickey and Minnie and all that stuff running around the ship, and 400 kids stomping on my above my cabin that night. But it was a great time.
So, how old were you when you did this, Dennis?
I was 41 years old. I'm 76 now.
Okay, and you enjoyed it, huh?
Well, I got paid a lot of money. I was working with a show in Las Vegas called Legends of Concert, All Impersonators. I impersonated Roy Orbison at that time. And I was young and slim and good looking, and I had a great time, man. I tell you, I'd do it all over again.
Yes, to be young, slim, and good looking. Dennis, thank you for sharing. Look, I think working a cruise sounds terrible personally, but he was performing.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're looking for stuff to do on the ship, there's tons of stuff to do on the ship.
So the
If you like to work out, they've got a gym on.
but
on
there
these
was
things.
but there was stuff like you couldn't get the time you wanted. You couldn't get the you could only do so many things because everybody had signed up for it or whatever it was. But look, I mean, I think Kank's probably right. You get what you pay for. And
Yeah, I mean,
these cruise lines have greater accessibility.
I'm not trying to sell you on a cruise ship because, like I said, I don't know if I'm
kind of trying to sell myself.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to get on another one, but I did enjoy it when I was on it. But I like the destination. I like going someplace, but I also like to relax when I'm at the place.
Right.
So,
fair enough.
Maybe try a short one, Doug, like a 4-day or something.
They have those?
Yep.
All right.
You and the wife. You got time now.
Well, we'll talk about it. We do have time. We have decisions to make. So see what comes out of it. 248-539-9797. It is Super Bowl week. Did you watch any of opening night last night?
I did not. No, I did not. What was going on.
Okay, so here's the thing about opening night. If the Lions were ever in there, I would eat it all up. I mean, I would be all into everything that was going on. If the Lions aren't in it, I don't care. And it's turned into a greater spectacle than anything else. Looks, quite frankly, it's a show.
Well, Super Bowl week, as we know here in Detroit, it's a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's a ton of fun. There's something going on each night. Whether you're a member of the media or not, there's something going on each night. Detroit was awesome the week of the Super Bowl back in 2006. It was a great time.
Yep.
Each and every night.
I can't even imagine the idea that NFL Live and everything is centered around the Lions. And So cross our fingers, hope we get there. Huge basketball game tonight. We'll get into that next. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. So, are you still paying off last year's holiday cheer? Stop the interest cycle with UMCU. Transfer your highest interest rate cards to a Visa Platinum Cash Rewards card and enjoy 0% APR for 6 months with zero transfer fees. That's 6 months of no interest on transfers and new purchases, plus a steady 1.1% cash back on every single thing you buy. It's not just a card, it's your 2026 financial cheat code. Apply now at umcu.org, insured by NCUA. Caught up on some texts here. Keith and Evan, I'm so over Scooble. We should have traded him. He clearly doesn't want to be here, so why would you want him here? I'm not going to defend Scott Harris either, though. He's absolutely done nothing to make this team better. Kevin, I'll say this. When I read we should have traded him, I always go, okay, which trade should they have accepted? Because, there's if the offers were great, that's fine. If the offers weren't great, somebody was trying to say, hey, you're going to lose him anyway, we want to get him cheap, you shouldn't trade him. It's an ideal situation if you have a player you want to trade and somebody's willing to pay you market value. That's awesome. But if nobody's going to pay you market value and you're just getting lowball offers because they think you're not going to want to pay him, then I wouldn't trade him. Now, I agree with you. I'm not going to defend Scott Harris at this point either, or the Ilitch family. I mean, look, the reputation that you have with some fans, they're not doing much to change that reputation. And I'm getting a little impatient.
Yeah, me too. I didn't like when, look, Suarez being signed by the Reds for $15 million. That's, I think the initial reaction is, oh my God, that was it. Why didn't we do something here? But then if I take a step back and go, okay, a guy who strikes out 200 times a year added to a roster that is chock full of guys that strike out way too much may not be the wisest way to spend the money. Okay, I can let that one pass. But they still haven't done anything to address the everyday lineup with this team in the offseason. They've just brought guys back, or they promoted guys to the 40-man roster, but they haven't signed a free agent player. And I don't know what that means, other than they're counting on guys in spring training to show up. They're counting on their prospects to make an impact at some point this year. All right, well, what about the pitching? Because I'm getting impatient with it. And yet it seems like they've got enough pitchers to staff the team, but it's done with a bunch of guys at a, C level? And can we get a B? You can go out and find a starting pitcher that would actually move the needle a little bit more instead of taking a chance on a guy that, left training camp a couple of years ago after throwing 15 innings at AAA and then went to the Korean League to reinvent himself and come back.
Right.
I mean, are we banking on Drew Anderson being some revelation?
Feels
this year?
like a couple of years ago, the kind of player they'd sign in the offseason only to trade him at the trade deadline. But we do have breaking news from the NBA. The Memphis Grizzlies are trading star forward Jaren Jackson Jr., John Concher, Jock Landale, and Vince Williams Jr. to the Utah Jazz for Walton Clayton Jr., Kyle Anderson, Taylor Hendricks, George Niang, and 3 future first-round picks.
So we didn't go to the East.
Nope.
It's a West-on-West crime there.
Yep.
Okay. I like Jaren Jackson Jr. a lot. Would have been interesting to see if the Pistons could have gotten involved in that. That's a lot of player movement in that trade.
Yeah, but I'm not sure Utah gave up any starters. And Walter Clayton Jr. Oh, he might be a star for them. My apologies. Oh, no, he's not. I think that rules out Lauri Markkanen, doesn't it? They're not going to trade him now.
I wouldn't imagine.
Kang, is that a safe assumption, you think? They're going to try and make a run with it with Jaren Jackson Jr. and Lauri Markkanen?
Maybe not this year, but because they're pretty bad this year, but this is Twin Tower action over there, man. Markkanen and Jackson. And then Walker Kessler, he's out for the year, but when he comes back, that's another 7-footer. I don't know if this is like a compete with Wemby type move or what, but those are some big men over in Utah right now.
Yeah, they're currently 8 games out of a playoff spot, so you're right. It's probably not for this year, but I would imagine they're dreaming of a future where they can make a run at it. That's fascinating.
Yeah, well, then also it looks like Memphis, this could be the first part of a fire sale coming for them, so Ja Morant could be next.
Expected it would be, yeah.
Which probably now Memphis out of this whole thing. Bobby Mark says Memphis now has 13 first-round picks in the next 7 years.
What is that, like half of Oklahoma City's total?
Actually, it's the exact same amount. They're tied with Brooklyn and OKC, according to Bobby Marks. Again, So Ja Morant, yeah, you feel like that's next? And he's not coming here.
No.
So does he end up somewhere in the East and become a problem?
Yeah, I mean, these are trades that obviously I don't think the Pistons were going to get involved in, but how does this all affect the Pistons, right? And so, I mean, we'll see. Is the James Harden thing still out there? I don't know if this makes Trajan want to make a deal more or less in general, seeing what other teams end up doing. But it looks like this is probably the first big move right now, and there's going to be some moves. Yeah, there's going to be some moves.
Wow.
And I think Ja Morant's a problem no matter where he goes, on or off the court.
Yeah, he's got to stay.
You don't mean a problem for the Pistons.
No, I wouldn't go anywhere near Ja Morant.
Okay, I'm just making because I'm thinking as long as he's in the West, I don't.
I think if he goes to the East, some team's going to have to give up something important for him, and I wouldn't guarantee that's going to work out for any team that deals for him. He's been an issue since he got in the league. He's a really talented player.
Yeah,
but he's got issues.
Wow, what a trade. And what a first big domino. Now, do you think we're going to get more news today? Do you think this is all going to start the floodgates?
I don't know if we'll get any more today, but I mean, certainly the trade deadline is always active in the NBA. I would expect we're going to see quite a few players moved.
There's a chance Schroeder gets traded again.
Right?
And I like him.
Probably. All right, so the Pistons in action tonight against Denver. Look, it was a close game last week. Pistons felt like they just couldn't put Denver away in that game last week in Denver. And, of course, they didn't have Nikola Jokic, and they will tonight. So 29 points a game is back for them. Detroit is really positioned well in the East, but this is against one of the best teams in the West. This is a big game tonight, and I feel like the Pistons relish these kinds of opportunities, as they should. Chance to prove yourself against the second favorite to win the whole thing. I'm excited. I imagine it's going to be a raucous crowd down there at LCA. Should be a fun night, just like last night was for the Red Wings.
Yeah, and Red Wings on the road, but they had a ton of people show up wearing Red Wings gear, which was great. Excuse me.
Yeah,
but I would expect it to be a very lively crowd at LCA tonight to see the Pistons and the Nuggets.
Yeah. The more I'm looking at this trade, the more I'm liking what Utah did here. I think Utah is putting together a team that's going to compete at a high level. Maybe not this year. It might be too late, but yeah, I really like what they put together.
Too late this year for.
Hi, Rico.
Doug, Gator. Yeah, just saw the trade. When you really break it down, it looks like Utah got him for really nothing.
Yeah.
It was a trade that was funny because I said, and we could go ahead and take that off of our show sheet because we had 3 tiers, and tier 3 was like, or just go for Jaren Jackson Jr., bring him here, cost you some players that you really don't care about and some first round picks. And now I think the fallout for that is you're probably not going to get Lauri Markkanen either.
Probably not.
Because now Utah's like, wait. We may have a team here. Let's
keep it
build
together
upon that.
And then you've got, what about Ja Morant now being shipped somewhere? This could impact us. This could have an indirect if he ends up in the East.
It could. It definitely could because I can't see why they would want to stick with Ja. I don't know where he would land. But no, you're right. I think they're just going to blow that thing up. I think I read they have 13 first-round picks in the next 7 years.
Kind of crazy.
So it's kind of what OKC did to become the superpower that they are.
Big game tonight.
It is.
Game tonight. Love it. Excited about it. Hopefully they can come through the same way the Red Wings did last night. What else you guys got playing coming up next?
Well, yeah, that threw the monkey wrench, so that may get moved up to the top.
Yeah.
We also got kind of parsed through some John Paul Morosi sound from this morning.
Sure.
Talking about the Tigers. Yeah, we'll have that as well.
Cool. All right. Well, we look forward to that. Gator, great job.
Hope you're going to feel better.
Yeah, I'm fighting a cold, Rico.
I can hear it.
I'm cleaning up here a little bit. So I'm trying to take care of Mike.
I may not have wanted to come in there. I don't think your germs are respectful.
Well, if anybody's germs are respectful, I hope they are mine.
If all of a sudden I start craving kale, I'll know it's you.
Not always successful. Have a great show. Thanks to all the guys behind the glass, everyone who called and listened today. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Wow, that's good. Pistons All-Star Jalen Duren has been named as a participant in the NBA All-Star Slam Dunk Contest. Tonight, the Pistons take on the Nuggets at Little Caesars Arena.
That was my reaction, too.
Karis LeVert is available tonight after missing 7 games with an illness. Aaron Gordon remains out for the Nuggets as well. You can hear it right here on the ticket at 7 o'clock. The Grizzlies are trading away forward Jaren Jackson and others to the Jazz for Walter Clayton, Taylor Hendricks, and 2 others, plus 3 future round picks in return. Tigers manager A.J. Hinch joined the Tiger Territory podcast released today. Talking about potential moves there, of course. Riley Green will not play in the World Baseball Classic. He did have an offer from Team Puerto Rico. That's according to Free Press Tigers writer Evan Petzold today. The Lions fan that was swiped at by Steelers wide receiver DK Metcalf at Ford Field filed a defamation lawsuit against Metcalf, Ochocinco, and multiple media companies after his lawyer says he was falsely accused in the national media. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
Welcome, one and all. Good to have you with us on another just tropical afternoon here in the Motor City.
Bang!
Right.
Oh, you know you like this. Full disclosure, like you, Otto, I laughed for about 2 minutes straight when I first heard David cut that together.
That was a pleasant surprise. I was not expecting that on a Tuesday.
Part of the fun. So, look, I had something I was originally going to do, and, well, that got sideswiped, but not once, but twice, all during Crosstalk. So there was a major trade in the NBA, but as it comes to find out, it never mattered. And David decided, instead of being the uplifting spiritual presence that he is for Greater Life Church on Tireman, David went Harvey Dent and basically bleeped in the punch bowl 3 minutes before walking in here. This is per The Athletic. The Pistons are unlikely to make any major moves before the trade deadline, per Hunter Patterson. Detroit is doing due diligence in answering incoming calls, but is not expected to be aggressive in the market.
So, not aggressive, so we're closing down the margins? Is that what's happening now? Just nothing. Wow. Gotta love this city.
No, you don't have to love this city. We deserve better. The Detroit Pistons are in first place, have an opportunity to do something here, and nothing. Nothing. Jaren Jackson just got traded to the Utah Jazz.
For, as you just said,
nothing. Walter Clayton Jr., Kyle Anderson, Taylor Hendricks, Niang, and future first-round picks. Nothing. And we're sitting there on the side as, bye-bye, see you later. Come on, man.
Well, I think it's, look, obviously, this isn't the low post pod with Zach Lowe. We're not going to, like, break down every deal point, but it is interesting as a sports fan. Utah is taking a risk. Utah is being less risk averse than you, and they traded 3 first-round picks where, look, Utah isn't on solid footing the way the Pistons are. Those picks will have more value potentially to Memphis, who, by the way, Memphis has 13 firsts in the next 7 years per Rico Beard. The point is, that deal, now you pair up Triple J with Markkanen, does that, well, wait for it. None of it matters. It doesn't matter if Markkanen moves now, because refer to Pistons picking up phone report from Athletic. So I leave this to you guys. I've reached I don't care phase. I just don't care.
See, I actually thought the Pistons would be a little bit different. I thought they would break away from the Coney Island mode. I thought because of the dominance that they have in the East right now, regular season, and you have your head coach coming out pretty much saying we need to make a move. I didn't expect to hear what you said as I finished up crosstalk with Doug and Gator.
Sorry.
That we're good. Like instead, it almost sounds like the Tigers, where you heard reports they were offering, like they wanted so much back for Skubal, and it's like, yeah, guys, you're not serious right now. And to put it in perspective, you've all played fantasy sports with some owner who asks you for the moon and the stars, and you're like, yeah, you're not gonna get that. Then you really don't want to make that trade, and that's what it sounds like. I really thought that the Pistons were going to make a move. I thought the Pistons were going to be that first team in Detroit to actually go for it and say, the time is right now. Let's go and get that player, because now, Markkanen pretty much off the market. Jaren Jackson Jr. is off the market. Unless you're just going to go for the marginal type of trade, which I don't think is going to win you an NBA title. I don't think it's going to get you out the East. Then I'm kind of like David. I don't know what we're doing here.
I'll leave it to the people. You know, I get accused of being mean, so I'll just maybe I'll just do.
Who called you me?
No, I'll just do what my mom told me to do. If you don't have something nice to say, don't say anything at all. I'm not going to say nothing.
You giving up radio today?
Pretty much. Honestly, these teams make me want to quit. That's what, you know what, like that's what these teams do. These teams make me not want to do this job anymore. These teams suck the fun out of everything. They finally start to win a little bit, and then they turtle.
Right there.
And it's like,
right there.
What is the point of all the suffering if it doesn't equate to championships? Because the middle space is just reaching in your wallet. That's all it is. I don't want to read a report that says, nah, we good. Like, no, you're not good. Tobias is expiring. You have no future plan for Jaden Ivey. And Ron Holland and Asur Thompson are nowhere near their zenith. Meaning, let's get Cade some help, make a run at this puppy. Because there hasn't been a back-to-back champion. And while anything's possible, no, you're not going to win a championship this year. You're not. No. But you'd put yourself in a better position to do so if you were willing to risk a little. And but between the Tigers not being willing to spend $13 million in this arbitration holding up everything, the Lions offseason last year, certainly I can't future cast this year, but their offseason last year was a joke. And the Red Wings and what they've done basically for 7 years. Now today's big news is Elliot Friedman getting on some podcast no one listens to and saying, yeah, I think Yzerman may actually try to help the Wings. Well, bully for you. We're 7 years into this and the team is playing really well. I'd hope so. I'm just burnt on it. I just don't care anymore. Like, it's just stupid. This is dumb.
It's where the frustration kicks in because what ends up happening, it starts to feel like the fans want it more. The fans want the championship and the title more than the team does. The fans can see how close you are, but the teams can't. The teams are just happy being good. They're just happy that people are caring about them and talking about them, where fans are like, hey, we're right there. We make one more step, and you could pick the sport, whether it's the Lions, whether it's the Tigers, whether it's the Wings, whether it's the Pistons. You make that next step and you put yourself into a category where you can win. We all see this. And the frustrating thing about it, Mike, is it's almost as if the teams don't. And I don't want to say smartest guy in the room, but I think they're just happy where they are right now with lesser expectations. Because if you make a bold move, now that move comes with expectation. That move comes with championships. And I don't think that people around here, the team-wise, can handle that type of fire underneath them that, hey, people are going to expect a lot more out of you. Not just selling out games, not just winning games, not just going to playoffs. Playoffs are fine. But how about trophies? How about parades? And when you see the lack of movement, and you look at the different teams, and we could all point to, man, if you would have just went after this guy, I can't promise that you would have won it all, but you would have put yourself in position to win it all. And that's the frustrating thing about all of this.
Well, you may as well keep talking. Don't look at me. I'm done. There's no point. Wake me up for the playoffs. There you go. There's nothing else to talk about. You don't want to make a move? Don't make a move. Fine.
See, I'm disappointed because I really thought the Pistons were going to be exempt from this. I really thought that Trajan Langdon, he made the marginal move last year. And, okay, it was good, and it was enough to get them into the playoffs. And, okay, we learned from that. We need to do a little bit better. You got your coach saying, hey, we need to go out there and make a move in Bickerstaff. I was blindsided when I got ready to walk out the door and you came in and told me, well, they're probably not going to do anything. That's almost unacceptable.
Well, that's the athletics report. And look, for the jokers out there just clutching their own balls, saying the team can do it as is, that's cool. Go listen to something else. Let's turn on some country music. For the rest of us who are like adults, yeah, you went out and got Dennis Schroeder last year, and he played an important role for this team. Now, that's certainly not a blockbuster move, but Dennis Schroeder could start for teams in this league. Dennis Schroeder's a guy, I told you, he's good for a short time, not a long time. You wouldn't want to sign him. But he came here and he helped you. By that athletic report, it is suggestive you wouldn't even pull that type of move. Right. That's what that report is suggestive of. So, you know what? I just leave it to you. Rico, I'll tell you what, get it out of your system, and then I'll say what I got to say.
I'm sorry.
No, get it out of your system. No, you're a fire hydrant right now that's uncapped. You're raging, and I love it. Just do it.
Because when you see the trade, you're like, you could have did that trade for Jaren. You could have did that. Like it wasn't like all of a sudden Utah offers something that you're like, well, I understand.
He's apoplectic.
I understand why they had to make the trade with Utah. No, I didn't see anything that you couldn't match, you couldn't give them, and you could be saying right now, guess what? We're a force. We got Jaren, and good luck to everybody else in the East, and we're going to see somebody in the West in the finals. It wasn't that hard. You look at the price. You look at what you have, and you're like, but we have those 4 pieces that we could have shipped off. We have draft picks that we could have shipped off. You could have thrown in an extra piece if that was going to be the difference. Like, Utah didn't do anything over the top that made this so, like, I understand why you couldn't outdo Utah. That's the frustrating thing about it. All right, now I'm done.
You sure?
No. But
Take 10 seconds.
I'm good.
No. Count to 10. And then I want you to finish your thought. I'll be here till 6. I got plenty of time to say what I want to say.
I wasn't being respectful. So
no, you're good. I don't have anything to say. If the teams have just driven me to a point, I'll just fine. F it. Okay, wake me for the playoffs. I can't. I'm not going to yell about it. I'm not going to scream about it. No arguing. If you think this team is perfect as is, then go continue with your coloring book in your side of your room. I have nothing to add. But it's every team in this town. So why should I be surprised? And then, now I'm in a position where I have to root against a back-to-back Cy Young Award winner at an arbitration hearing tomorrow so that my team will spend money? Or I have to somehow, you know what? You're right. Kenny, do yourself a favor. Go dip your schlong in wax like a Maker's Mark bottle because, quote, Yzerman may help the Wings this go around. Like, that's what we've been reduced to. So I'm not going to do it. Athletics says Pistons aren't going to do anything at the deadline. Yeah, it'll pick up the phone and do diligence, but they're not going to be aggressive. Enrico's right. Look, even if you don't like Jaren Jackson or even if that's not the perfect fit, they got him for a song. Now, they were willing to take money. That helps. You had the ability to do that. You have players, currency that you could have given the Memphis Grizzlies as well, and the picks. I'm not going to yell you didn't want a particular player. Fine. But Rico's point, it's the principle of the matter. Why are we reading that when the Pistons are having this magical season where they look like they've got a right to make a big run in the East, that we are reading, don't expect anything at the deadline? Like, why is that? Why are we destined to read that headline in all 4 sports with our teams? This is not Cincinnati, man. This isn't the Miami Marlins. This isn't the Pittsburgh Pirates. This isn't some garbage-ass hockey city like Phoenix. Like, no. The home team isn't playing at Arizona State's ice rink, okay? That's the principle. So Rico's pissed. I'm basically dead inside. Happy Tuesday to everybody. We'll get all of your thoughts. Ticket, text, phone call, text communications, excuse me.
That's okay. That's
rebranded. And Rico's going to tell you all about, I don't know, his basement. Whatever.
No. All right.
Do your read like the sports teams like to do it. You should start the read with, don't expect much of anything from this company. 248. Do that. See how that goes.
All right, it's big. All right, it's big game week, and Fanatics is officially cooking. They teamed up with Kendall Jenner to deliver fans a 100% moneyline profit boost on the big game. All you have to do is decide whether you're riding with Kendall or you're betting against her and the Kardashian curse. And when it comes to big moments like the big game, fair play makes all the difference. Fanatics protects all of your player prop bets from first half injuries. Plus, hundreds of markets, live betting options all game long, and every prop you care about. Passing yards, rushing yards, receiving yards. Betting with Fanatics Sportsbooks for the big game is a no-brainer. Bet on the Kirsch or protect your bets with Fanatics, America's fastest growing sportsbook. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Max wager applies. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app. #Fanatics Sportsbook partner.